Okay,
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I'm going to take up the name change first because that's going to be the quickest matter. And then, Mr. Foster, I'll take up your default. And then we'll take care of the trial setting that we have. I am going to need a waiver signed on the Lewis Isom case. Or is it Isom or Isom? I can never remember.
Isom.
Isom, sorry about that. On the Isom case, do you have a copy of that, Mr. Chapman, that you can forward Ms. Lewis?
Dated electronically.
Let me see if I have it. I think it may be on our website. If you don't have one. All right, Mr. Chapman, there is one. If you go to the 3D7 website and you click on the left-hand column, you'll see forms. And there's one that says general. And then the next to last form is the stipulated waiver. If you can print that out and have your client sign it, and then we're going to get Ms. Lewis to sign that as well.
Okay, I can circulate it for an electronic signature if the court will accept that.
Yeah, that'd be great. If you can do
Okay.
that. I don't see Ms. Lewis here yet, so she may be having trouble logging in, but I figured you can be working on that while I take up these two, one uncontested and one default.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Meyer, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to proceed. 5 minutes, no interpreter.
Great. Ma'am, if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes.
Right here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Meyer, you may proceed.
All right, may I call my first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Only witness. All right. Please state your legal name.
Hope Danielle Wells.
Are you above the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Are you here to prove up a name change?
Yes, I am.
What do you want your name to be changed to?
Hope Danielle McGinnis.
All right, where do you reside?
17203 Foxfield Drive, Missouri City, Texas, 77489.
Okay, is it true you do not have a social security number at this time?
That's true.
And the social security office said you need to get a name change order in order for them to give you a social security number, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't have a driver's license number
That's correct.
because you need a social security number,
That's correct.
which is, okay, so that's why is that why we're here?
Mhm.
Okay, what is your date of birth?
June 11th, 2002,
All right, where were you born?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Are you a female?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No,
Are you changing your name to avoid creditors?
no,
Are you a sex offender?
no.
Is your name changed for the benefit of the public?
Yes.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Ma'am, the court's reviewed your paperwork. Your lawyer's done an excellent job on the paperwork. Everything is in order. And the court is granting your name change, and your name is now Hope McGinnis. So ma'am, I've signed the order, and you can get a copy of this order from the district clerk's office.
I'm not, no.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
You may. Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Foster's, your client right there with you, or is she in a different room?
She's in the same room, Judge, but I'm using one mic and one speaker, so we shouldn't get the reverb now.
Okay, great. I was gonna tell you, there's one, it looks like we're all ready to go, but I've got a little bit of an issue with the proposed order because I can only default him on what was pled. And it basically, we just have a label issue because in the petition, you're requesting that they be appointed JMCs. But in the proposed order, I've got sole managed conservatorship. So we can do the JMC and then just give her all exclusive rights. So that was one issue that I had. So what I thought we could do is go ahead and do the default and then just give you an entry date like a week out or so we can change that one thing. And then the other issue was it looks like the child's on government health insurance. So we're going to need dad to have cash medical support if we're going to continue that program. So those are the only two things that I saw that I need to have addressed. So what I thought we'd do is go ahead and do the default, and then what we can do is give you an entry date if that works.
That'll work, Judge. I appreciate it.
All right.
And on the cat medical support, you want it for the normal $50 or 100?
$50 is fine.
Okay.
And if you want to order him to get it, if you think it's available, because it looked like in the order you had kind of a contingency saying, hey, if he doesn't go get it, then she's going to maintain it on
Yeah.
government. So
He has he has his own, him and another guy run a business. I don't think they have insurance there. He may be able to afford to buy it, but at this point, we're not sure.
all right. So the safest thing is probably just put him on cash medical support then and let her keep the insurance she has.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. My machine that takes the record was downloading last night because I was in trial all last week and filled up both cards. So, and when I got in this morning, it said that one of the files had difficulty copying. So I'm 95% done with the machine. So
Okay.
I'm gonna have to extend this a little bit, but let me get the record set up. That'll take me a few minutes and then hopefully it'll be done by the time we're ready to get going. But give
Thank you,
me
Judge.
1 second. while we're waiting on this machine, Mr. Foster, on an entry date, do you want a week from Friday, which would be October 15th? Does that work for you, or would you like?
Actually, I'll be out of town next week, Judge, on seminar. So maybe the following week.
The 22nd, does that work for you?
Yeah, that should be fine. Or if you can put me on the 18th, I think I have something already in your court on that date.
We normally do entries on Fridays, but
Okay.
but if you just get
fine.
it in before, you can get it in any day.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, put it on the 22nd then, and yeah, we'll get it filed. And that's right. If we get it filed, you can just sign off.
It'll get signed normally within 24 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and set entry on the 22nd. And then if for some reason you get behind the 8 ball, if you're going out of town and you can't get it in by the 22nd, just email the coordinator and we'll give you the 29th or whatever. But I'm going to set it for the 22nd.
That works, Judge. Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
All right, I still have about 3 minutes before this, or a little less than 3 minutes before I can take a record. Ms. Lewis, I was telling Mr. Chapman, there's a form that I need both of y'all to sign before the trial time. So I don't know if he's been able to email that to you yet or not, but if you can look that over, make sure you're good with that. And then if everybody signs off on that, we'll get started here in about, I'd say, I think the default will probably take 15 minutes. So why don't I do this? I'm going to give y'all until 10 o'clock. So we'll start the trial at 10 a.m. So if y'all need to cut your videos or do anything, maybe if it would help, I can put y'all in a room and y'all can talk about your exhibits and see if there's any exhibits that you might be able to stipulate to, if that would be beneficial. Would y'all like to try that?
Sure.
Yes,
we can
I'm
talk.
okay with that.
Okay, I'm going to create a breakout room so that y'all don't just sit here waiting. And that way we can be working while we're waiting. So give me 1 second to set that up. And Mr. Chapman, I'll just put you and Miss Lewis in there. That way, if you need to have a conversation with your client, you can just call them.
Understood.
No, I don't think so. Just so y'all know, Mr. Foster, it just went from 99% done with less than 30 seconds remaining to now it dropped down to 95%. Not sure.
That's what usually
that's
happens
all
when
about, but
I get that all the time. I'm copying something and it'll say, 10 minutes left. And then all of a sudden it says 5 and then 2, and then it'll go back to 20.
yeah, I don't know if it's government computers or if it's,
I
don't
think
know.
it's everybody's computers.
It just
yeah.
says there's only one item remaining to be copied, but it must be a big one.
Yeah. I'm sure those video files and audios, they get big, So I guess y'all can't just use the recordings that y'all do from here.
No, I don't think, I know some judges do, but I don't think that my reading of it is that that's not an official record. So
Yeah. Makes a good backup, I guess, if anything, though.
I think so, because, I've had a couple of times where this machine, one trial I was in, it was like a 6-day trial, and we had for some reason we lost power during during the trial, just for like 5 minutes. But I told everybody to stop, and we stopped. And then after we got power back on, I went back on the record and said, we had a 5-minute break where we had no power in the courtroom, and lawyers, nothing happened during that time. Please confirm that on the record. And then, so I thought we're all good. Well, then when I went to review that record from that day, it erased the entire morning's testimony.
Yeah.
So, that's why you really need court reporters. I mean, I know that
Yeah.
a lot of these courts are moving to electronic recording devices, but the safest thing is you have somebody in here typing down everything that's said.
Yeah. Well, and with the Zoom, they can be anywhere and be on on Zoom, just doing it from there, even, so. But yeah, they probably, y'all probably need to get them to put some of those battery backups on your system then, so that it won't go out if the power goes out, and they have ones that last for like 30 minutes. So at least it would give it time to back up or, to copy it or something.
Well, and I have one of those, but it, I don't know what happened that day. It does beep at us sometimes, and the IT
Yeah.
came in and said, yeah, it looks like you need a new one. But then they said that would be something I would need to purchase, which makes no sense.
I would think that'd be a county purchase, but okay.
You would think so.
Yeah.
But anyways, so I don't know that it's actually working down there, but it's,
Yeah. Well, you got to make sure they have the recording device plugged in. They may just have your computer plugged into it.
I think that's what it was, is that and if I actually need to look at that, because I think what it is my computer's plugged into that, but I don't think their machine is plugged into it, which
that's
probably
more important. That's more important than your computer, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then one day I'm going to continue telling stories for about 2.5 more minutes. But one day I was in the middle of a 10-day trial. So, those are pretty extensive. And I come in on like day 7. I'd left at like 5:30 and just thought, well, I'll just leave my computer up and running and just come back the next morning and get started. Most of the time I save everything every couple of hours. But on this particular day, I hadn't, or I had saved it, but it was earlier on in the day, probably lunchtime. And so all my notes for the afternoon were on the computer on Word. And I got in the next morning and I forgot to mention this. So I did this speech at the Citizens Academy, and there was about 60 people there. And so they said, well, we'd love to come watch one of your trials. When are you in trial? And I was like, well, I'm starting a lengthy 10-day trial or so in 2 days. So my courtroom, this is before COVID, was standing room only. Like, it was packed because a lot of these people came in to just watch the trial.
Yeah.
So, and once you watch a day of trial, if you're retired, you want to keep coming back and see how it
Find out how it ends.
And it was good. It was a good trial with good lawyers, a lot of interesting facts. And so they were really excited about the trial. So I come in on day 7 and I don't have a single program on my computer. Like all the programs that I use, none of the icons are there. And so I'm like, I can't even open Word. And I got a packed courtroom of people. So I call IT and I'm like, hey, did somebody get on my computer last night? Like nothing's on here. And they're like, oh, we installed a new operating system and sorry, we need to install your icons. We normally do that. We just forgot. And so I'm like, well, if y'all are going to touch my computer, I'd like to know beforehand, give me like 24 hours notice so I can back everything up before y'all get on there. But it was a big delay. I lost all my notes from that afternoon and it was a big mess. It was
crazy. But you think
That's
if they were going to get on there, they would make sure that everything was closed and saved before they did anything.
Yeah, normally they mirror your drive and then and none of that was done. It can be frustrating sometimes.
Yeah.
But
Computers are frustrating. Yeah. All the time, but.
And I'm not talking bad about the IT department. They do a good job. It's just
Yeah.
sometimes, it's late in the day. Somebody's not thinking entirely the way
Oh,
they
yeah.
normally would.
Yeah. Well, the IT stuff, I used to do a lot of it myself. And, something you think is going to take 30 minutes always notoriously takes 3 or 4 hours,
Right.
Just always a pain. But
We're at 99% again, so I'm sorry for the delay. Getting here soon.
oh, that's okay. But we got to have a record for this one. So. Can you give me 1 second, Jeff? I'm
Yes,
gonna
sir.
step away.
The court's on the record in cause number 20 DCV 277629. Counsel, if you would please identify yourself and the party that you represent, please.
Lynn Foster, Judge. I'm here for the petitioner.
The court's going to take judicial notice that the respondent was served with citation in the original petition in suit affecting the parent-child relationship and suit affecting parent-child relationship standing temporary mutual injunctions. And Kevin, is it Hazelip?
Hazlet. Yeah.
Hazlett.
Kevin Hazlett was served with those documents on October the 30th of 2020 at 6:50 p.m. That return of service has been in the court's file for the requisite 10 days. And the court will also take judicial notice of the court's file that there's been no responsive pleading by the respondent in this case. Is Kevin Hazlett in the courtroom? Kevin Hazlett. There's no answer in the courtroom. Deputy, please call that name in the hallway 3 times. And while the deputy's doing that, the court's going to also take judicial notice that the petitioner has filed a certificate of last known address for the respondent, which is actually the same address which the respondent was served at, as well as a non-military affidavit stating the respondent's not actively serving in the military. No response to the respondent's name being called in the courtroom or in the hallway. Ma'am, if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Mr. Foster, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I'll call my client. Please state your name for the court.
Ryan Tozen.
And Ms. Tozen, you're the mother of Josie Ann Hazlett.
Yes.
Okay. And how old is Josie?
She's 1.
Okay. She was born July 21st of 2020.
Yes.
Okay. And her father is Kevin Blake Hazlett. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he signed he was there when she was born,
Yes.
and he signed acknowledgement of paternity and is on the birth certificate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Hazlett was served in this case, and he acknowledged to you that he knew this case was going on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. His only complaint was that he didn't want you to get child support.
Yes.
Okay. But he thought it was too much for you to ask for.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Mr. Hazlett, actually, after we filed this in 2020, y'all made an attempt to try and live together. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you and he lived together until June of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in June of this year, you left and moved back into Fort Bend County at that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Hazlett knew you were moving back here and knew you were going to pursue the case still.
Yes.
And he still complained that thought you were being mean to ask for child support.
Yes.
Okay. And so he definitely knows about this case that's going on.
Yes.
Okay. And since y'all separated, you've been living here with your parents. Is that correct?
Yes.
During that time, has he given you any kind of support?
A little bit.
Okay. And since June, he's visited with his daughter only twice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're asking this court to order that he only have visitation, either whatever you agree to, or if y'all don't agree, then he can set up visitation through the SAFE program. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you feel like that's in your daughter's best interest?
Yes.
Okay. You also have requested to be given the exclusive rights to establish her residence without restriction and to make medical, educational, and all the powers of a parent. You've asked to be exclusive, have the exclusive right on those. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that also to be in your daughter's best interest?
Yes.
Okay. The father, Mr. Hazlett, is really not involved in any of the medical or dental or any of those kind of decisions, is
No.
he? Okay. And hasn't requested to be involved in any of those?
No.
Okay. And have you told him that he can't visit his daughter at any time?
No.
Okay. In fact, you've offered for him to come down and visit her whenever he wants.
Yes.
Okay. And he's taken advantage of that twice since June.
Yes.
Okay. You're also asking this court for him to pay child support. Well, child support in the amount of $970.46. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you lived with Mr. Hazlett back in June, did you have a chance to see his income?
Yes.
Okay. And is your testimony that he brought home $1,400 a month from his company?
A week.
A week, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And that was just the money that he wrote directly from the company to himself each week.
Yes.
He also got money because he and another guy own this corporation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So any profit the corporation makes, he would get on top of that $1,400 a week.
Yes.
Okay. And you're asking the court that based on the fact that he brought home that much when you were there to pay that amount.
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, he has actually opened up a second company now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the way he talks, he's actually doing better than he was when you were there.
Yes.
Okay. And you also, I don't think we put it in the order, but we would ask the court, you also pay for the daycare for your daughter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how much is that daycare?
$200 a week.
Okay. And are you requesting the court, in addition to child support, that he be ordered to reimburse you for half of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd ask the court, and Judge, sorry, I didn't have that in the order, but we're going to be modifying it. If the court approves, you're asking that he be ordered to pay an additional $100 a month to help towards daycare as long as she's in daycare.
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that to be in her best interest?
Yes.
Okay. What do you currently do for employment?
I'm just subbing right now until I find something more permanent.
Okay. And how much do you take home approximately each month?
Each month, 2,000 to 3,000.
Okay. And with that, that's what you have in order to take care of you and your daughter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And currently your parents are, I assume, helping you out financially.
Yes.
Okay. But obviously they won't be able to help you forever.
Right.
You've also, in this order, we've got, or let me ask this, your child, is she currently on some sort of government assistance for medical?
Yes.
What is she on?
Medicaid.
Okay. And you're asking that she stay on Medicaid at this time,
Yes.
and that he be ordered to reimburse for medical support the amount of $50 a month.
Yes.
And you believe all of these are in the best interest of your daughter.
Yes.
I think that's all I have, Judge.
Okay. And you said that your child support calculation was $970.46. Is that correct?
That's what I put in the order that I came up with before, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, does he have any other children other than this child that you're aware of that he has a
Yeah.
duty to?
Oh, he does.
Yes.
And how many other children does he have?
2.
Give me 1 second. You say he nets 1,400 a week?
Yes.
Okay. And then, ma'am, just one other question on the request for his visitation to be supervised by the SAFE program. If the two of you can't agree, can you tell me just briefly why you feel that's in your daughter's best interest?
He isn't around enough to really know what to do with her at this point, since she is so little. And when I did live with him, I took care of her the whole time. He didn't do a whole bunch. And the 2 times that he has come down and seen her, I still am the one that's taking care of her the whole time because he doesn't know what to do.
So with his other 2 children, have you ever witnessed him parenting them? Is he active in their lives or no?
He gets them every other weekend.
And how old are those children?
They are 9 and 8, but he was not involved in one of the daughter's lives for the first half of her life.
And what about the other child? Was he involved in her life when she was a little infant? Do you know, or he was an infant?
Not a lot. He traveled for he was in the pipeline, so he traveled while they were little.
So did you ever actually witness him taking care of a baby where he was changing diapers, meeting the needs of a 1-year-old, or have you ever witnessed
Not
that?
alone. The times that I saw him, I was there. So
And who did those responsibilities when you were there?
I did.
Okay. All right, the court's going to make the following ruling. And like I said, we're going to set entry of this matter for October the 22nd at 9 a.m. The court adjudicates the respondent as the father of the child. The court is appointing the parents as joint managed conservators of the minor child. Mom will be given the exclusive right to determine the residence of the child without restriction. Mom will be given all the exclusive rights in the family code other than the enlistment and marriage. That one right, the court is going to require joint agreement of the parties, but every other right, mom is given the exclusive right to make those decisions. The court finds that a standard possession order would not be workable in this case, and the court has factored in the age of the child and the limited contact that the father has had with the child, as well as the limited history he has of taking care of a child this age. The court's concerned about the child's safety if the father was just able to come and take the child without any kind of supervision. So the court finds a standard possession order would not be workable in this case. And the court is ordering that visitation will be as agreed, or in the absence of an agreement between the parents, that the father will have the Saturdays following did you do first, third, and fifth, Mr. Foster, or second, fourth, and fifth? Do you care?
I don't think it's gonna matter. First, third, and fifth is fine, Judge.
Okay, so the Saturdays following the first, third, and fifth Fridays of each month, and that will be supervised through the SAFE program, beginning at noon and ending at 2 p.m. Fathers to pay all costs associated with the supervised visits. And the court finds that all those provisions are in the child's best interest. Additionally, the court finds that the father, based on the testimony, nets $1,400 per month. I'm sorry, $1,400 per week. And he has 3 children, one of which is before the court. The court finds that his gross monthly income based on that net would be $7,700 per month. So considering the fact I'm ordering him to pay cash medical support of $50, the court is applying the guidelines to that $7,700 of gross monthly income. And I come up with a child support number of $952.20. And fathers to pay $952.20 in child support beginning November the 1st of 2021. And continuing on the first of each month thereafter until further order of the court. In addition, mom is to maintain the current health insurance through government assistance, and father is ordered to reimburse that amount to $50 per month beginning November the 1st of 2021, and that will continue until further order of the court. If there are any uninsured medical expenses, mom is ordered to pay 50% of those expenses, and father's ordered to pay 50% of those expenses. The court also finds that based on mom's limited income and her need for support to help raise this child, that father should be ordered to pay 1/2 of the daycare expenses in addition to his guideline child support. Court finds that that variance is in the best interest of the child based on the relative income of the parties and the age of the child. And so the court's considered all the factors in the family code in making this decision, but I'm ordering that the father pay to the mother $100 per month to assist her in the cost of daycare beginning November the 1st of 2021 and continuing, let's do until the child is till the child enters kindergarten, at which time that $100 per month will stop. All right, anything that I left out, Mr. Foster, that you think the court needs to include in the default order?
I don't think so, Judge. I think that covered everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Talzin. I wish you the best, and with that, we're going off the record. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
May, thank y'all for your patience this
Thank you.
morning.
Yes.
Okay. Is Miss Lewis present?
I think she's still in the breakout room.
Oh, let me go. I'm going to go join that and see if I can bring her in.
Okay.
Oh, it's signed by everybody. Okay, great. I think she must have left the entire room. I told her just hit leave breakout room, but she must have accidentally hit leave meeting. So there she is. Great. Miss Lewis, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. All right, so are there any stipulations or anything? We're not on the record yet. One thing that I always tell everybody, especially when they don't have a lawyer representing them, is I've got a machine that's going to take down everything that we say today. So it's very important that we all talk one at a time so that we get a good record on the machine. I'm not on the machine yet because we haven't started the trial yet. But are there any stipulations that you were able to agree to that I need to put on the record before we get started?
Yes.
We lost your audio, Mr. Chapman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having some issues here. We're
I've lost you again. Here's what we can do. Why don't we take, because I've been going and I can go heat my coffee up, because once we get started, we're going to get started. So if you need to take a restroom break or get yourself a glass of water or anything like that, please do that. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to let my bailiff stretch his legs and Ms. Lewis, were you able to hear all that?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just had another Stacy Lewis connecting. So, all right.
That's
So what I thought
that's
we'd
me
do-
because my my video won't work on my computer. So I'm just gonna log in with my phone so I could.
Okay,
visual.
I'm glad you're tech savvy because this court certainly isn't. But what I'll do, Mr. Chapman, it sounds like you're having some audio issues. So I'm gonna let you work on that. Let's just take a 5-minute break and see if you can iron those problems out. And then we'll get on the record and get going in just a few minutes.
understood.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do we need video? Because my video is not working as well.
Yeah, you have to have video because you're in court and both the judge and the other side needs to be able to see the other party. So
Okay,
I need you to work on that so that we can get videos up and running. If it's on your phone, I know that just from doing this, that if you get a phone call that cuts your video, and I'm okay with that if we have a little bit of breaks where we don't have a video because someone gets a phone call. But I do want both sides to have their videos up and running.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do my phone then.
Okay, I'll give you some time to do that. Why don't we do this? I'll give you all 10 minutes. So just take 10 minutes and try to work through those issues and then we'll get started.
Thank you.
I gotta do my phone because I gotta have video. Can you help me?
Stacy said.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
It should be.
So, what was everybody?
All right, I see you now, Byron.
Oh, okay, okay,
All right.
okay. So we're gonna get this thing done today.
Yeah, you may want to just mute yourself right now because everybody can hear you whenever they're muted too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if I can get everybody's videos up and running, we'll get started.
My audio problem should be fixed, Your Honor.
You sound like you're coming a lot stronger now. That's good. And I have Miss Lewis. I have another. Looks like I need to invite you back in for maybe your audio. Okay, it appears we're all ready. We're going to get on the record so that we can get any stipulations that we have on the record. Court's on the record in cause number 16, DCV 232549 on Lewis Isom matter. If each side would please introduce themselves, beginning with petitioner, and then Mr. Chapman, if you'd introduce yourself and the party that you represent for the record. But Ms. Lewis, since you're the petitioner in this case, if you can state your name for the record.
Stacy Lewis Ison.
And Mr.
My
Chapman.
name's Scott Maxwell Chapman. I represent Byron Ison. He's present with me today.
Okay, anyone that's going to provide testimony today, if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn. Mr. Isom, if you would please unmute for me.
Say that again.
If you would please unmute for me. So I guess you are, I can hear you. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. I'm getting a little feedback. I think, Ms. Lewis, it may be you. You can see if you can maybe mute one of your devices. Okay, it's my understanding that there are a few stipulations that the parties entered into prior to us getting on the record, and I'd like to take those stipulations up now. Ms. Lewis, you can either give me those stipulations or you can have Mr. Chapman do it, and then I'll ask you if that's what you understand the stipulations to be, whichever you prefer. What would you like to do, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Scott and I discussed it, and he's going to read them to you.
Okay, Mr. Chapman, you may proceed.
The parties have agreed that they were married on or about March 3rd, 2007, and that they ceased living together as man and wife on or about June 24th, 2016. They agree that the marriage has become insupportable because of a discord or conflict of the personalities that destroys the legitimate ends of the marriage relationship. They further stipulate that there's no reasonable hope of reconciliation. They both stipulate that there are no children of the marriage. That's the extent of the stipulation.
Okay, great. The court will, Ms. Lewis, is that your understanding of the stipulations that y'all agreed to?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, the court will accept those stipulations. We're going to go ahead and get started with the trial. Ms. Lewis, since you're the petitioner, you get to go first, and you'll be able to call any witnesses that you would like to call, including yourself, that you would like to, present on your case. When you're done calling witnesses, you'll just tell the court that you rest or that you're done, and I'll confirm the legal term is rest, but it means you're done calling witnesses. And then once you're done, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chapman, and Mr. Isom can call any witnesses that he would like to call on his case in chief. And then when they're done calling witnesses, they'll tell me, Judge, we rest, we're done. At that point, if you have any additional witnesses or rebuttal evidence that you'd like to present, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that. And we just go back and forth until both sides say, no, we're done. We're done calling witnesses and we're done presenting evidence. But because you're the petitioner, you get to go first on everything. And then Mr. Chapman will have an opportunity to go next. And then with each witness, when you're done testifying, Mr. Chapman will have an opportunity to cross-examine you and ask you questions. And then when he's done, you'll have an opportunity to provide additional testimony as well. So that's kind of the general overview of how the trial goes. We start off normally with opening statements. If you'd like to give an opening statement, and again, as the petitioner, if you'd like to give me an opening statement, you can go first. An opening statement is just a brief overview of what you think the evidence is going to show in the case. And so if you'd like to give me an opening statement, you may do so.
All righty. I'm Stacy Lewis. I'm here today, I think 5 years later, roughly, trying to dissolve the marriage between Byron and myself. Byron and I, as Scott stated, we got married on March the 3rd, 2007 in St. Louis, Missouri. Byron is a native of St. Louis, and I came to St. Louis by the way of my employer. I previously worked for Walgreens as a district manager. My first promotion from Chicago was to St. Louis, where we resided for roughly about 7 years. Byron and I met. We married probably within a year or two of dating. We lived in St. Louis until 2008. And then my position brought me to Houston, Texas. When I say position, that same position with Walgreens as a district manager. We did not have any children together. I already had a daughter, and at that time she was about 4 or 5. Byron's daughter is grown. I believe she's probably closer to 40 now, but I know she was in her early 30s, maybe late 20s. So we did not have any children together. Byron, at the time when we met, he was working for the post office as a carrier. And when we decided to move collectively to Houston from St. Louis, Byron had enough years and time and service between his military background and his civil work as a postal worker to retire. So when we came to Houston, I was still working full-time as my position as a Walgreens district manager. Byron was retired. He did odd and end jobs to kind of keep himself moving, active. Sometimes he would substitute as a school teacher. And then try to take up crafts and different hobbies because he was very active, smart and intelligent. So he wanted to kind of hone his skills on some things that he hadn't had an opportunity to do. So I was working, kind of delving into my new role, delving into Houston, Texas, because when we moved here, we didn't have any family here. I didn't go to school here. I went to school in Illinois, Northern Illinois University. So it was just he and I and Amber, my daughter. Roughly, let's see, 2007, about 8 or 9 years after being here, and Byron was retired the full time. I think at one point he became some sort of a social worker or something with Worden County, but kind of just really working to keep himself active. So as I was working, and then also starting my business on the side that Scott will probably get into a little bit later. I understood, or I found out that Byron was just being, I don't know, infidelity, whatever the terms are, but he was just not.
I'm gonna have to object on the grounds that that hasn't been pled for. Adultery, I don't believe has been pled for.
Response, Ms. Lewis?
I'm just going through kind of how we got to the point where we are with this divorce.
All right, I'm going to allow it for the limited purpose of the inability to reconcile, which I know was already stipulated to, but you may proceed, ma'am. Overruled.
So after that, and that came to my attention roughly 2015, 16, and then that's when I filed for divorce. Byron did not petition it. He decided that that's the lifestyle that he wanted to live, and that's what he wanted to do. And I assume to this day, that's probably what he's still doing. And then it's been 5 years. So between court dates and coronavirus, nothing has changed. I'm sure he's probably still, I'm not sure. I know he collects a couple of different income means or income streams in terms of his unemployment, his pension, his disability. He's lived fine on his own for 5 years. Throughout the entire marriage, I was the sole supporter, simply because I had it like that. So it just made sense. And at this point, there's nothing that left to dissolve. We lost a home in 2019, maybe. Because my job status changed tremendously from when I first came to Houston, just by way of cuts and downsizing and restructuring and this and that. So that's when I just delved full-fledged into my business. And then my business has been affected by coronavirus. So we're here. And as I told Scott earlier, Byron's 67. I believe he's probably drawn Social Security, pension, unemployment, Ubering, or whatever he's doing in life. So he's fine. And when I first filed for divorce, it was that he was going to take care of himself and his businesses, and I was going to take care of myself and my businesses. And that's where we are today.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Chapman, would you like to give an opening at this time?
Yes, briefly.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. In as far as the property has changed during the course of the marriage, I agree with that. I think the evidence is going to show today that the property was wasted or squandered. And respectfully, I think that the guilty party is Miss Lewis. The reason why we're here having a contested trial today, and the reason why I don't believe this is settled before, is because the parties can't agree on a money judgment to equalize some of the fraud that we contend has occurred. That will be the focus of our case in chief today. And we believe at this point, the only remedy is a money judgment to make Mr. Byron or Mr. Isom whole. And that concludes my opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. At this time, Ms. Lewis, you may call your first witness.
Byron Isom.
All right, Mr. Isom, you're being called as an adverse witness. What that means is Ms. Lewis is allowed to ask you leading questions that may be suggestive or almost verge on the way of being argumentative. And so you need to listen carefully to her question and just answer the question that's asked. Mr. Chapman's going to get an opportunity to let you explain your answers when he has an opportunity to question you here in just a few minutes. So if her questions call for a yes or no response, just simply answer the question. Understand that you'll have a time to explain that answer later with Mr. Chapman. Do you understand, Mr. Isom?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Lewis, you may proceed.
I can't see him.
On my video, he's up and running.
Byron,
Yes.
can you see me?
Yes.
And there's a lot of feedback. Anywho, when we moved from St. Louis to Houston, were you employed?
Yes.
With whom?
United States Postal Service.
Hold on, I'm getting some feedback. I'm going to try to, Mr. Isom, I'm not sure why we're getting feedback, but it's going to be distracting.
Maybe my phone is too close to my computer.
All right, I muted you, but let's try it again. Unmute that and see if that works.
I think he may need to unmute his phone.
If you can unmute either your computer or your phone, and let's see if just unmuting one of them works.
I said, maybe my phone was too close to my computer, but I still hear feedback.
Yeah, we're still getting the feedback. Try it again.
I said, maybe my phone was too close to my computer.
All right, we can hear you now. Just need to make sure you're speaking closer to the phone because you're kind of sounding like you're in a box. But try it one more time.
I was saying, maybe my phone was too close to my computer, and maybe that's what's giving me feedback.
All right, now we're having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
We're going to go off the record for a second to try to fix the audio problems. Mr. Chapman or Ms. Lewis, do y'all have any suggestions for how he can get fixed?
Mr. Isom, I think what you need to do is you need to mute your computer in the other room, and you need to unmute the phone that you have in your hand right now. There should be a little button at the bottom of the screen on the phone that has a microphone with a line through it. Yeah, that's what you want to do with the phone. Now
I can mute his computer for him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That should be a lot better now.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. The court's back on the record. We had a little bit of audio difficulty there. I think we've got it fixed. We're on the direct examination of an adverse witness by Ms. Lewis of Mr. Isom. Ms. Lewis, you may proceed.
Byron, so when we moved from St. Louis to Houston, you said you were employed, is that correct?
That is correct. I was employed with the United States Postal Service.
Were you in the process of your retirement?
Yes,
When would you say that you started the process of your retirement from the post office?
approximately in April of 2008.
April 2008?
That is correct.
So when did we move to Houston from St. Louis?
In February of 2008.
So 2 months after we moved to Houston, you started your retirement paperwork?
That is correct.
And when was your paperwork honored, or when did you officially go into retirement?
In April of 2009.
So about a year.
That is correct.
So what did you do from 2008 until 2009?
I worked for the Fort Bend ISD. I taught school. I taught school at Wharton County Junior College as an adjunct professor.
From 2008 until 2009?
That is correct.
So were you full-time or part-time
I was part-time
at Fort Bend or Wharton?
at both.
So you were working, I'm not understanding, you worked at 2 schools for 1 year as a part-time employee?
That is correct.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And when did you quit your Fort Bend ISD job?
I stopped working at Fort Bend ISD approximately in, I want to say June of 2009.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you said when you moved to Houston in 2008, you started with Fort Bend and you worked there approximately a year until June of 2009 as a part-time employee.
We're going to object again as asked and answered.
Sustained.
Byron, when did you work at Wharton College?
I started at Wharton College in, I want to say July, August of 2008. Yeah.
Okay, so at first I understood you to say you started prior around March of 2008. So is it July of 2008 or March of 2008 for Wharton County?
July of 2008 wait a minute. Yeah, 2008 at Wharton County.
Was that a full-time or part-time position?
Part-time.
So at some point, were you working both part-time jobs between Fort Bend and Wharton?
No.
Can you clarify for me? Hello? Are you still there?
He is. He probably got a call. It just cuts his
Yeah,
video.
I got a call. It's okay.
Can you clarify for me the exact dates of Fort Bend ISD as a part-time employee and Wharton as a part-time employee? And when I say date, approximate month and year.
Yeah, I can give you an approximate date. I can't give you an exact date.
That's fine.
But I worked for Fort Bend ISD from March of 2008 to July or August of 2008. And then started working for Wharton County Junior College in July or August of 2008.
Until when?
Are you talking about Wharton County Junior College?
Correct.
I worked there for about 2 years. And then I started working for the state of Texas, PWC, Texas Workforce Commission in the tax department. I worked there for 3 years. And then I went back to Wharton County Junior College. And I worked there for a year before I started driving Uber.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is just establish a timeline of your work history in Houston. I heard you say that you started Wharton. The second time you said you started in July of 2008, but I never heard the end date for Wharton.
I worked for Wharton County Junior College from August of 2008 for approximately 2 years. And then I left and went to Texas Workforce Commission in the tax department. And I worked there for 3 years. And then I went back to Wharton County Junior College for a year before I started driving Uber.
Okay. What I'm trying to get are dates. So I have down that you started Wharton Junior College. The third time you said August. The second time you said July. And prior to that, you said you had started when you started with Fort Bend ISD in March of 2008. So if you could give me not approximate, just approximate dates are fine. I'm just looking for the years and possibly the month for Wharton County start date, end date, not when you went back, original start date, end date for Wharton County.
Gonna have to object. It's asked and answered. He's given the dates that he's able to.
Yeah, he's answered the question. From August 2008, he worked there for approximately 2 years. So August 2008 to August 2010 is his testimony.
Thank you. And then you said the Texas workforce as a tax something or another. What are the dates of those, Byron?
I worked for Texas Workforce Commission. Let me see. From 2011 until 2014.
Okay. And was that full-time or part-time?
That was full-time.
And then after that, you've done Uber? Or was
No.
that during that time?
After that, I went back to Wharton County Junior College for a year.
Is full-time or part-time?
Part-time.
Alrighty. And then when did the Uber?
I started driving Uber in 2016.
Are you still driving for Uber?
Yes.
And is that full-time or part-time?
It's full-time.
So that's roughly 5 years that you've been driving for Uber.
No, I didn't start driving for Uber until, 2016. Yeah. What is this? 5 years. Yeah, off and on.
Okay. When we moved from St. Louis to Houston, who was the primary, I guess the term is called breadwinner?
When we moved from St. Louis to Houston, you were making over $275,000 a year. You were always the primary breadwinner. When we separated in 16, you were making $500,000 a year. You have always been the primary breadwinner. I have never made over $70,000 a year in my life.
I appreciate that, but those numbers are gravely wrong.
Objection, argumentative.
Staying, Miss Lewis, you're going to get a chance to testify later. Don't argue with the witness. Just ask him questions.
Okay, thank you. So when we moved from St. Louis to Houston, I was a breadwinner. Did I pay all of the household expenses, including the mortgage?
Yes, you did.
For the home that we lived in, do you remember approximately what the purchase price was?
It was like $300,000.
No, the full purchase price prior to the down payment.
It was approximately $300,000.
How much of the deposit on the home did you pay?
Well, Texas is a community state. So whatever was paid on the down payment, half of it represented my contribution.
I understand community laws in Texas. My question is, of the down payment that was on the home, how much of that did you contribute out of your own money?
Well, out of our money, it was $42,500.
Out of our money? No,
Commu-
your money from your earnings.
Community property money by the laws of the state of Texas, $42,500.
So was that the down payment, or are you saying that was half of the down payment?
Half of the down payment, my half of the down payment.
So how much was the down payment?
$85,000.
Oh. And so when you were employed between Fort Bend ISD in March of 2008, your Wharton County Junior job, your Texas workforce job, and then when you started Uber in 2016, what did you do with your money? What did you contribute to? As I was a breadwinner and I was paying all of the household necessities and priorities.
You required me to pay you $1,000 a month, and that's what I paid you.
So you contributed $1,000 to the household income?
That is what a household expenses. Yes, I did.
And you said that I required you to pay that.
Right. As a matter of fact, I think one of my checks bounced and then you started making me pay cash. And that's what I did.
And when did that, do you remember approximately when that started, the $1,000 a month?
It started the day we moved to Texas.
Do you remember the date approximately?
It was February 29th, 2000.
So as soon as we moved to Texas, you're saying that you contributed $1,000 to me personally for household expenses?
A month.
A month.
And that's not just, that's just the cash that I gave you. I mean, you didn't pay all of the expenses at the house because there were groceries. I mean, we had reverse roles. You know, I took care of your daughter. You know, I picked her up from school. I took her to school. I took her to dance. You know, you were working 6 days a week, and I was taking her to school. I would pick her up from school. I would help her with her homework. I would feed her. We had reverse roles. I maintained the household while you worked. You couldn't work if I didn't maintain the household. We didn't even know anybody in Texas. And that was the main reason why I retired early, and it destroyed my retirement. I get $1,800 a month in retirement for the rest of my life.
So and I don't know if this is a correct course, but you stated you started work for Fort Bend ISD in March of 2008 as a full-time employee. Then you started with Wharton County in 2008 for a couple of years, then Texas Workforce right behind that in 2011 through 2014, then Uber from 2016 to 2021. So when did you have time? When did you have time? You said pick up, drop off, dance class, homework.
Karate, swimming,
Okay, so
Girl Scouts, soccer. I
And-
did all of that. I did all of that.
okay.
You know it.
Alrighty. I'm going to move on. So when was your retirement paperwork? You said that, I believe, early 2008 is when you started the paperwork. When did your retirement finalize that they accepted it and you were officially retired?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. That was April 2009. April 2009, his paperwork went through. The court hears it the first time.
Thank you. April 2009. Mhm. And Byron, to the best of your knowledge, when I decided to file for divorce in 2016, what did I communicate to you was my reasoning for going to file for the divorce?
You had acquired a partner, which coincidentally was from Chicago, and you're from Chicago. And coincidentally, he lived right around the corner from us in the subdivision. And that partner in your business was brought on without my approval. And you told me that he had fraternal associations and affiliations that I didn't have that would help your business. And your contention was that he could drive the Escalade because he needed it for the business. And it was highly suspect of what your relationship was with this man until I was asked to leave my house. And it's still suspect, the relationship that you had with this man, because you put me out of my house and your business.
And what year was this, Byron?
This was 2016.
Okay. Do you ever recall the conversations? Are you familiar with the nightclub by the name, I believe it goes by the name of Dreams or
Yeah.
Dream?
Yeah, I know about Dreams.
What would you know about Dream?
It's a nightclub in Houston.
Did you work there?
No,
Did you frequent there?
no.
Did people see you there and thought that you worked there? Because you were there.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained as to what other people think.
Do you remember, Byron, are you still there? I can't see him.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you recall the conversation that you and I had prior to me going to file for divorce?
Yes. You said that this man was going to stay in your life because he had everything you needed to make your business successful. And I didn't have the fraternal affiliations and associations that he had. And therefore, I couldn't contribute to your business, which I worked at that business constantly, doing all the things that you couldn't do because you weren't there.
Byron, I have to remind you, you're under oath. You're under oath. Did you raise your right hand? Did you get sworn in?
I'm going to have to object to this line of questioning as abusive.
Sustained.
Badger.
Hold on. Sustained is the argumentative, and ma'am, just ask questions. The court saw him swear in, and you're going to get a chance to testify later as to what you think is not accurate. But right now, I just need you to ask questions of him.
Byron, when you say business, what business are you speaking of?
Center Stage Gallery.
Where is it located?
It's defunct.
I said, where is it located?
It's not located anywhere. It doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, well, are you speaking about it when it did exist?
Absolutely.
Where did it exist then?
In Sugarland on Highway 6.
And what year are you speaking of?
2013, 2014, 2015, 2016.
Okay, so I'm correct. You're speaking 2013 through 2016.
That's correct.
Is that
And
correct?
I worked at the gallery consistently. When I got off from working at Fort Bend ISD and Wharton County Junior College, and all the way through working for Texas Workforce Commission in the tax department. I work nights and weekends at your business.
And that was starting in 2013.
That's correct.
When did I file for divorce?
In
What year?
2016.
And the time when prior to me filing and finding an attorney, did I ever show you pictures in your phone that you had that I felt was not appropriate?
Yeah, you stole my phone and took pictures out of my phone.
What were
And
they pictures of?
What the pictures were subjective as to whether or not they were appropriate. That's subjective. That's not objective.
Okay, what were they pictures of?
They were pictures of money and women.
When you say money and women, that's kind of broad. Could you be more specific?
That's what they were, pictures of money and women. That's why I say the reason you bring this up, it's subjective. It's a matter of what you interpret it to be. You know, you trying to make it into something that it's not.
I'm just trying to establish a timeline. And so prior to me going to file for divorce, letting you know up front that I was going to seek a divorce after showing you pictures in your phone, you said that they were just pictures of, I'm sorry, did you say ladies or women or money?
You had been telling me for 4 years, ever since you got your business started, that you were going to divorce me on a regular basis. That was the only time you would talk to me. You wouldn't even, when you come home in the evening, you wouldn't even say anything to me. Slept in the same bed every night. You wouldn't say anything to me except, I'm going to divorce you. As soon as I get some money, I'm going to divorce you. That's all you told me. You never had regular conversations with me at all.
I
In my
understand.
own house.
But staying on task here, prior to me letting you know that I was going to go and find a divorce attorney in 2016, and I showed you that I did have access to your phone because we were both on Verizon. I was paying the bills. Those pictures in your phone that I showed you, were you in any of the pictures?
You never paid my phone bill, ever. You never had access to my phone because you paid the bill. You stole my.
Mr. Ison, that wasn't, hold on, that wasn't the question. I need you to listen carefully to your question and just answer the question that's asked so we can try to finish this today. She's asking, were you in the pictures that you referenced earlier with the women and money? That was the question.
No, I was not in the pictures, no.
Was there a picture of you and a young woman in front of a beauty supply store?
No, there was not a picture of me and a young woman in front of a beauty supply store, no.
Was there a picture of a young woman who appeared to be, I think your term said they aren't strippers, they're dancers? Or what's your terminology? When I called them strippers, you said they're dancers?
No.
No, you didn't call them dancers, or no, I didn't call them strippers?
No, you didn't have a picture of me with dancers or strippers, no.
So when I referred to the young ladies in the pictures of you, as well as a young woman with her headband on in the Texas Workforce parking lot, sitting in your car, and I referred to them as strippers, do you recall referring to them as dancers and not strippers?
You don't have a picture of me with women, strippers, dancers. No, you do not.
So your testimony is that I do not have you in the years of 2016 with women, money, strippers, dancers in your phone?
You don't have a picture of me with women, money in my phone. No, you do not.
Okay. And Judge, can I introduce those pictures?
Do you have them marked as an exhibit?
No, I don't have them marked as an exhibit. Can I send them to Scott?
You can send them to Mr. Chapman, and you can send them to, I'm going to put an email address in the chat box. Or, well, you probably can't see that. Let me give you an email address where you're to send exhibits. The exhibits for the trial had to be sent in the day before the trial, but if it's rebuttal exhibits, we'll take care of those issues as they come up. But the exhibit email address is 387 exhibits, EXHIBITS at Fort, FORT, Bend County, tx.gov.
Thank you. Continuing on, Byron. Are you still there, Byron?
Yes, I am still here.
So after your Uber, or as you're still working Uber, between 2016 and 2021, was Uber your main financial stream of income?
No, it was not.
What are your income streams, or where do you receive your revenue from each month?
I get retirement from the federal government. I get disability, $500 a month from the Veterans Administration, and I get Social Security.
How old are you?
67.
And so when you would say retirement, can you be more specific?
Retirement from the federal government, from the post office.
Oh, from the post office. And how much is that?
It's about $2,000 a month.
And when you say disability, is that separate or is that in addition to?
That's in addition to.
And you said VA, is that, what does that connect to?
That's my disability.
So VA and disability is one and the same?
Yes, it's VA disability. It's my compensation for my disability. It's $500 a month.
And then how much is Social Security?
Social Security is about $300 a month.
And you're still working Uber full-time?
Yeah. Not full-time. I work Uber part-time.
Uber's part-time. What type of vehicle do you drive?
I got a 2012 Mercedes E350.
Is that your only vehicle?
Yes,
So that's your Uber car?
that is correct.
Okay, just doing rough math here. I have retirement from the post office, approximately $2,000 a month. Disability / VA, $500 a month. Social Security, $300 a month. And then there's some part-time work with Uber.
That's correct.
So approximately how much do you think you make a month?
I don't know, about $4,000 a month, 5,000, something like that.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How old are your children?
I have one daughter that's 46.
Is that all of your children?
That is correct.
So for your monthly income, you only take care of yourself?
Yes, I do.
And you have been doing so since we started this separation in 2016.
That is correct.
and you receive approximately $4,000 a month, and roughly 3,000 of that is guaranteed.
Right, yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
All right,
Thank you, Byron.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Chapman, your witness.
Sir, have you ever committed adultery during your marriage to Mrs. Ison?
No.
Okay. What were the photographs? Well, strike that. Could you describe the photographs you testified to or were accused of possessing?
I have visited a gentleman's club, a men's club, and I have taken pictures of dancers in the club. The dancers had money. They had money in their hands, but I never took a picture. To my recollection, I mean, we talking about 5 years ago. To my recollection, I never took a picture with an exotic dancer. I took pictures of exotic dancers, but I never took a picture with an exotic dancer.
Just for clarity, these were consensual photographs.
Yes, they were
Okay.
consensual photographs.
And you never had intercourse with any of these individuals, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And why did you visit these places?
Because my wife had alienated me from sexual relations for over 5 years prior to our separation.
Okay. Now, have you ever taken photographs in a college parking lot?
Yes, I have.
And who was depicted in those photographs?
One of my students was in a photograph.
And your students were at that time approximately how old?
Over 21 years of age.
Okay. And you never had sexual relationships with any of them, correct?
No, I did not.
Is it your contention that you were falsely accused of stepping out of your marriage or committing adultery?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Sir, when we first began today, you testified about your work at the Postal Service. When did you begin working for the United States Postal Service?
It was, I want to say June of 1987.
Okay. And, okay. So is it fair to say that approximately 97% of the time that you worked at the Postal Service, that occurred before marriage?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So in reality, you only worked about 3% of the time at the Postal Service during your marriage.
That is correct.
Okay.
I want to say it ain't even 3% because we were married in 2007 and I retired in 2009. So that's only 2 years out of a 32-year career.
Okay. Okay. And your disability pay is because of what type of disability?
It's a compensation from the Veterans Administration for a operation that I had while I was active duty. It's compensation. It's not income. It's compensation.
I understand. Does this operation that you have prevent you from working fully?
No, it does not prevent me from working fully.
Okay. Is your income through Uber stable? Is it predictable?
No, it is not.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you had paid certain household expenses other than the $1,000 a month you gave to Mrs. Isom. Could you describe some of those expenses more fully?
Yes. I bought my wife an Escalade truck, and I made payments on that truck.
What was the purchase price on that Escalade?
It was about $30,000.
Okay, and roughly how much were the payments?
They were about $400 a month.
And when did you purchase the Escalade?
It was in approximately October of 10.
Okay. Now, you mentioned picking up and dropping off Mrs. Isom's daughter. Were there similar types of activities or tasks that you completed for Mrs. Isom during your marriage?
Yes. I maintained the household. I cleaned the house. I cooked. I washed clothes. I washed dishes. I helped with homework. I did all of those things. I cut the grass.
Mhm. Okay. What's the name of the partner that you described earlier?
His name is Pierre. I don't know his last name.
Okay. How often did Mrs. Isom and Pierre meet?
They met regularly.
Did they ever,
Go ahead.
did they ever meet alone?
Yes.
Okay. What were your reasons for concern over that interaction?
Well, at first, I was shocked and appalled that she would bring a partner in without consulting me, because I thought I was her partner. She made me the principal in the DBA 24/8, and that's a business, a DBA that she filed with Fort Bend County. And under that DBA, Center Stage Gallery was supposed to be the business that I oversaw, because she worked in retail for Walgreens and she didn't want them to know that she had a retail business. So that's why she put it in my name, and I was supposed to be the front person for the business. But in actuality, I was the manager, I was the maintenance. I pretty much did everything at Center Stage Gallery. I greeted the bookings. You know, I closed out the bookings after the parties and the events were done. I cleaned up the facility at night. I did all of that.
Did you ever have any responsibility over the inventory of Center Stage Gallery?
Could you repeat that?
Did you have any responsibility over purchasing or selling the inventory, the products at Center Stage Gallery?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so during your time working at Center Stage Gallery, were you familiar with the revenues?
No, she wouldn't share that with me, and I trusted her, so I didn't get into that.
Did you ever receive payments from clients or customers?
No, and I never took any money out of the business.
Okay. Are you familiar with the, strike that, Center Stage Gallery was a storefront, correct?
Yes, it was.
And as a storefront, it paid a commercial lease, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Do you know how much that lease was?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to reserve my remaining questions for my case in chief.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, that means that he's passing the witness back to you. If you have any additional questions of Mr. Isom at this time, you may ask those questions.
All righty, Byron. Are you there, Byron?
Yeah, you can't see me?
Okay, I see you now. Just real quickly, how many hours are in a day?
24.
How many hours do you sleep on average?
5, 6.
And that would leave about how many hours in a day?
18.
And then if you work a full-time job, what's a typical full-time shift?
8 hours.
Usually give or take commute or so, tack on what, maybe another hour, depending, well, Texas is kind of big. What would you tack on for a commute?
About an hour.
Okay. So if you work a full-time job, commute for an hour, sleep for about 16, and also work, what do people usually work for a part-time job? How many hours a day?
About 4 hours.
All righty. So it leaves you roughly 4 or 5 hours in a day.
For what?
Just for whatever. If you work full-time, part-time, you sleep, eat, and commute.
Okay, but you said sleep 16 hours. I don't sleep 16 hours.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I meant to say 6 if I said 16. When we lived in the house, did we have a housekeeper?
No.
We did not have a housekeeper at 9218 Cohallow Lane?
No, we didn't. Yeah, we did. We did have a housekeeper. Me.
So never employed anyone else to come in, laundry, pick up Amber, prepare food, prepare meals?
No, you did have a woman to come in periodically when you had a party or something to clean up the house before or after. But no one picked up Amber. No one helped her with her homework but me. No one took her to dance, karate, soccer, swimming. Do I need to continue?
No, I'm going to ask you, do you remember a young lady by the name of Hunter?
Oh, yeah. I remember Hunter. Yeah. Hunter.
Who was Hunter?
Hunter, she I don't know who she worked for, but I do remember her. Sometimes she would come and sometimes she would leave me and pick up Amber or something. Yeah, I do remember, but that was sporadic and that was temporary because I think she got a job and she just came. I mean, we had sitters.
What do you mean by sitters?
High school kids in the neighborhood that would come sometimes and sit with Amber, because I remember another lady, her daughter would come sometimes, but this was sporadic. This wasn't consistent. This was every now and then. You're right. Yeah, we had people to come in and clean up, because when you had a party or something, they would come in and clean up the house and wash the clothes periodically, but not consistently.
Okay, so you do remember someone coming in to clean up. You just don't remember who or what time frame.
Right.
Objection, that misstates his testimony. He said periodically.
Okay, and then you remember Hunter as one of the babysitters.
Right.
Do you remember Will and Lisa's daughter?
Oh yeah, but she didn't do that much. Yeah, she would sometimes.
No, I just asked, do you remember her?
Yeah, I remember her.
And in what capacity do you remember her?
She would come sometimes, maybe, and babysit Amber while we went out or something.
Okay, so you remember her as a babysitter?
Yes.
Alrighty. Another question for you. When Scott, Mr. Chapman asked you about the Gentlemen's Club and why you would frequent there, can you repeat the statement that prior to 5 years prior to that you and I weren't sleeping together in the same bed or?
No. I never said we never slept together. We always slept together. Up until I left, we slept together in the same bed. I was talking about alienation of affection. You stopped having sex with me 5 years before you filed for divorce. And I would go to a gentleman's club just to feel like a man and be around a woman that didn't hate me.
Okay, so 5 years prior to me filing for divorce, which was 2016, 5 years prior would put us around 2011.
Right.
Your testimony is that between 2011 and 2016, although we slept in the same bed, there was no physical interaction.
Right. No,
So you,
no affection.
no affection. So you would go
is what I'm-
alienation of affection. So you would then go to the Gentlemen's Club to get what you were not getting at home.
No. I went to the gentleman's club to be around women that didn't hate me.
Or women that didn't even know you.
Yeah, they didn't know me. Right.
Okay. Our gentlemen clubs, are they free to get in?
Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are not.
The one that you most frequent, do you remember the name of it?
I didn't most frequent any club. I would go to a club sporadically, periodically, here and there.
Do you remember any names of those, even sporadically here and there?
That was years ago. No, I don't. I think you said Dreams. I think I went to Dreams. But that's about it. I don't.
Do they serve food there? Are they usually open for lunch, dinner, or breakfast?
I don't know. I couldn't speak on that. I don't know. I never ate in them. So I don't know. I didn't go there to eat.
What would you go there for?
I would go there to be around women that didn't hate me.
Okay. And I know that's asked and answered. And then when Scott asked you about Uber, you said that Uber is not stable work.
No, it is not.
And what year did you start with Uber again?
2016.
So for 2016 through current day, and you're still there, it's still not stable, or is it stable enough?
No, it's not stable.
All righty. And then you said you purchased an Escalade for me in what year?
And I think it was 2010.
And when you say purchase for me, do you mean you paid for it or?
Or what?
I don't understand bought. Usually when bought, you use your own income.
No, when you buy something, your name is on the title. You get the loan in your name. That Escalade was in my name. I bought it.
The Escalade, was it in your name and my name?
I don't think your name was on it. No, your name wasn't on it.
My name was not on the Escalade.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Byron.
I'm here.
Who made the monthly payments on the Escalade at Houston HFCF, Houston Credit Federal Union?
We made them together, you and I.
When you say made them together, we physically walked up there and made them together?
No,
What do
no,
you
no.
mean together?
When the payment was made, it was made on both of our behalf.
Whose checking account, whose funds paid the monthly payments?
The money may have come out of your account, but half of that money was attributable to me.
Okay, thank you. I rest your honor.
Mr. Chapman, anything further from this witness?
No, I'll reserve my questions for my case in chief. I would ask for perhaps a 5-minute bathroom break.
All right, let's do that. It's too early for us to break for lunch. Let's just take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and go for about 30 more minutes and then we'll break for lunch. We're going off the
Understood.
record.
Oh, how come my picture ain't on here?
Court's back on the record in the Lewis Isom matter. We left off with the passing of Mr. Isom. Ms. Lewis, you're still on your case in chief, so you may call your next witness.
I rest, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chapman, it's the petitioner has now rested. So it's your opportunity to call any witnesses that you would like to call. And we're going to go ahead and go for about 30 minutes. So you may call your first witness.
Okay, we call Miss Stacy F. Lewis Isom.
You may proceed.
Ma'am, do you prefer I call you Miss Lewis or Miss Isom?
It doesn't make me a difference.
Okay. All right, ma'am. At the time you filed for divorce, where were you living?
9218 Coal Hollow Lane, Missouri City.
And you said that the purchase, or strike that. What was the purchase price in your view?
$308,000.
Okay. And did you purchase that home with a mortgage?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time you filed for divorce, what was the remaining balance on the mortgage, more or less?
I don't know that number.
Do you have any idea what it was?
I do not.
When did you purchase the home?
2008.
2008. And what were the payments for that home?
Roughly 2,200.
2,200. So it's fair to say that you paid 8 years every month, $2,200 towards that mortgage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, ma'am. And in the temporary orders for this case, you agreed to make timely payments for that mortgage, didn't you?
Byron and I both agreed to that.
That you would make timely payments?
No, Byron and I both.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd ask the court take judicial notice of the agreed temporary orders filed with this, filed on or about September 20th, 2016, specifically the end of page 1 and the beginning of page 2, where it says, it is ordered that Stacy F. Lewis Isom shall be responsible for the timely payment of the following. 1, the timely payment of all debts associated with the marital residence. And it goes on, and it says including but not limited to the mortgage and the utilities.
Any objection to me taking judicial notice of these agreed temporary orders, Ms. Lewis?
No, I'm sorry. That is correct, Scott. I read that incorrectly.
The court will take judicial notice of that agreed temporary orders.
Ma'am, did you make each mortgage payment?
From when to when?
From the time you entered into the agreed temporary orders in this case to now?
No.
In fact, the property was foreclosed upon, wasn't it?
Correct.
Did you make any partial payments during the foreclosure?
Yes.
And what amounts were those partial payments?
I can't remember specifically.
Okay. Did the foreclosure result in any proceeds being given to you from the foreclosure sale?
No.
Okay. At the time you filed for divorce, you were working at Walgreens as a district manager, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how much were you paid at that point in time?
Oh, probably 90. And that included bonus. Base probably was about 87, maybe.
87,000?
Correct.
You participated in a profit sharing plan, correct?
Yes.
And typically, how much did that include annually?
Oh, that wasn't a typical number, because it's always based on how the company performs. And then there was the restructuring around 2015, and a lot of those benefits change were adjusted. So there was never just a set number, percent, or amount.
What was the largest bonus you received when you were working at Walgreens?
Probably 111,000.
And what was the lowest bonus that you received?
While working at Walgreens,
Yes.
3,000.
And isn't it true that during the course of this litigation, you submitted a resignation letter to Walgreens?
Correct.
So you voluntarily departed from the company?
Correct.
Okay. And your departure occurred before the foreclosure, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you given any thought to finding other employment so that you could pay your mortgage?
Absolutely.
Why didn't you arrange for that before you left Walgreens?
Why didn't I arrange for what?
Other employment sufficient to pay your mortgage?
Well, I attempted to, but unfortunately, it's not that easy because of my salary and where I was. You just can't go out. And Walgreens had a very different pay structure than a lot of other retailers. And my background since I graduated from college was in retail.
Now, you mentioned college. You have a bachelor's degree?
I do.
Okay. And what was your major?
Communications.
Communications. Ma'am, following your departure from Walgreens, did you sue Walgreens or file any kind of judicial or legal process, such as an EEOC complaint against Walgreens?
Yes.
Okay. And what specifically did you do?
I filed with the EEOC.
Okay. And what did that result in?
A lot of back and forth, a lot of conversations. Pretty much nothing really.
You didn't receive a $30,000 settlement from that?
Yes.
So wouldn't you say that's more than nothing?
Would I say that's more than nothing? Yes, that's more than nothing.
Okay. Ma'am, did you furnish any supporting documents showing that settlement to Mr. Isom?
No,
But there were supporting documents, weren't there?
I don't know. What do you mean by the supporting documents?
You signed something before you got a $30,000 check, didn't you?
Correct.
Okay. Did you plan on telling Mr. Isom about that?
No.
Okay. Have you received any income like that since this divorce has been going on?
No.
Okay. What did you do with the proceeds of that EEOC settlement?
Paid bills.
What kind of bills did you pay?
All of the bills that I have that are in my name,
Those consisted of what?
business, personal, school, incidentals,
What business expenses did you pay?
anything related to my business to include rent, lights, insurance, inventory, salaries.
What kind of personal expenses did you pay?
Credit cards, car notes, mortgages, my child's stuff.
When you say child, are you referring to an adult child now?
No, she's not an adult.
How old is she?
She's 20 and in her third year of college.
You don't consider her to be an adult?
I do not.
Does she have a disability of any kind?
No.
So when you say you paid for some of her expenses, are you referring to tuition?
Tuition savings, yes. And then there's a lot of college prep that kids have to go to, prepare for their ACT, their SAT, college entrance exams, college tours.
During the course of this divorce, how much have you paid in tuition savings for your child and college prep expenses?
I would have to go back through my checkbook and give you that figure.
Do you have your checkbook with you?
I do not. I do everything online.
So you could look right now, couldn't you?
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and do that?
Okay, it's gonna take me a little bit of time. You want me to go back to what year?
During the course of this divorce, I want to know how much you spent on tuition for your child, savings for your child, and college prep expenses.
Yeah, that's gonna take me a bit of time.
Do you have any idea of an approximate sum that you spent towards that?
I do not.
Okay.
You can check that during the lunch break.
Okay, then we'll handle that at lunch. I'll continue on for right now unless the court wants me to do otherwise.
No, you can continue on. I just, during the break, Ms. Lewis, if you can refresh your memory based on your banking during our lunch, we're going to break an hour and a half for lunch. That'll give you time to do that.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned that you paid some salaries. How many employees do you have?
Right now, I don't have any employees other than myself as a full-time employee. Most of my employees have been contract work.
Okay, so contractors.
Correct.
How many contractors do you have right now?
Right now, I don't have any.
During the course of this divorce, how many have you had?
Over a period of 5 years?
Yes.
Ooh. Probably 18, 20 maybe.
And approximately how much did you pay them?
It's all across the board, depending on each job that they do. Some are artists, some are suppliers, some do maintenance, some are bartenders, some are barbacks.
What's the most that you've paid a contractor during this divorce?
During what period?
During the pendency of this divorce, during the past 5 years, what's the most that you've paid a contractor?
What's the most that I have paid one single contractor over a period of 5 years?
Yes.
I would have to look that up.
You can do that during lunch, can't you?
I can attempt to, absolutely.
Okay. Don't you think you could have, instead of paying your daughter's tuition or instead of paying a contractor a salary for some work, don't you think you could have paid your mortgage like you agreed to pay?
I did pay my mortgage until I agreed to pay, but what happened is my sole income changed dramatically, and that's what led to the house being lost.
But you were still able to pay tuition for your daughter, correct?
Yes, you asked me, was I paying tuition?
Objection non-responsive.
Staying up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. So even though your income may have changed because of your resignation, you were still able to pay contractors, correct?
Well, my income didn't change because of the resignation. You said that in reverse. I submitted a resignation because my income changed.
Did your resignation increase your income or decrease your income?
It decreased my income.
Okay, so after your resignation, did you pay any contractors anything?
Yes,
Okay. Don't you think you should have paid your mortgage before you paid contractors to do contract work?
I was paying both. There wasn't one that preceded the other.
Ma'am, if your mortgage was paid, why was a house foreclosed upon?
Because it wasn't one payment that foreclosed on the house. And there wasn't one payment to a contractor that prevented me from paying the mortgage.
Would you agree with me that you missed more than one mortgage payment?
Yes,
Okay. And would you agree with me that during that period you were in arrears, you were paying contractors instead of paying your mortgage?
no, I would not agree with that.
You didn't pay a single contractor when you were in arrears with a mortgage company.
Again, I would have to look at the books, but what I paid contractors, they didn't take precedent over the mortgage.
Ma'am, in your temporary orders, you also agreed to make payments on the 2008 Cadillac Escalade and the 2014 Mercedes E350. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you do that?
yes,
So you still have possession of the Cadillac Escalade?
no,
What happened to the Cadillac Escalade?
it's been sold.
What did you do with the proceeds?
Paid bills.
How much were the proceeds?
I think roughly 6,000 maybe.
You say 6,000?
Yes,
When did you receive those proceeds?
I would have to look at maybe a year or so ago, either right before the pandemic, maybe.
Were you paid in cash or by check or in what form?
I believe it was either an ACH or a check.
Did you produce a bank statement reflecting that deposit to Mr. Isom?
No,
Did you ever intend to?
no,
Okay. Do you still have the 2014 Mercedes E350 vehicle?
yes,
Okay. And have you been making payments on that?
yes,
And are you current in your payments on that?
yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, could you describe generally what your business activities are for Center Stage Gallery? What do you deal in primarily?
It's a paint and sip studio and an events venue.
And so how much of your income comes from events?
I don't know that breakdown.
You have no idea.
None.
Do you buy and sell paintings?
No,
Yeah, paintings on the wall.
yes,
So those are not for sale.
correct.
So there's records for the events that were booked at your gallery, correct?
Yeah,
Did you provide those to Mr. Ison?
no,
Did you ever intend to?
no.
My apologies, Your Honor. I'm working with one monitor and I'm trying to pull up the document I need. Now, ma'am, how much is a commercial lease for your gallery?
Approximately 5,000 a month.
Are you current in those commercial lease payments?
No,
How far in arrears are you?
at least a year.
Do you still have use of the premises?
No,
When did the landlord deprive you of the premises?
April of this year.
Do you have any other locations other than the location off of Highway 6?
No, the location isn't on Highway 6.
Where was the gallery located at?
In Pearland.
Okay. At any point during this divorce, was there more than one gallery location?
Since 2016?
Yes.
Yes,
How many locations were there?
2.
What were the other locations?
Both were on Highway 6. One in Missouri City and one in Sugar Land.
And you leased those 2 locations as well?
Correct.
And how much did you pay in those commercial leases?
Together collectively, probably 8,000.
Each month?
Correct.
And why did your operations cease at those other locations?
One lease expired and then the other one, just a lot of roofing issues. The roof kept leaking. Landlord tried to fix it. Never was fixed. Walls would bubble up, floors would bubble up. So then we tried to move downstairs, and then downstairs the AC was broken.
So you abandoned the premises?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time you abandoned the premises, how many months of rent were you obligated to pay?
None.
You didn't sign a lease for a specific term?
The lease had already, I was on almost like a contingency. I had already fulfilled the lease.
You were holding over? Okay. Now, ma'am, do you remember coming to court on a motion for contempt in this case?
Can you repeat that?
Do you remember testifying before Judge Bell on a motion for contempt in this case?
I don't remember technical. Is that when you said that I was spending money that I should not have been spending or something?
Yeah, you've been in front of Judge Bell before on this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the topic of our last hearing before Judge Bell was withdrawals from a profit sharing plan, correct?
I don't remember specifically, but it did have something to do with money.
Okay. Have you ever made withdrawals from a profit sharing plan during the pendency of this divorce?
Withdrawals from the profit sharing plan.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and you've withdrawn at least or approximately $90,000 from a profit sharing plan, correct?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I think you have a copy of the withdrawals.
Do you remember the approximate amount that you withdrew?
I do not.
Ma'am, do you easily forget the amount that you withdraw from financial accounts?
I don't know if it's easily, but again, that was some time ago. And I believe at that time I explained to you the way that they do calculations, because you were saying it was one number and I was telling you, no, that's not how it goes. So no, I didn't commit that to memory, but I do remember that we were in court about it.
But you'll be able to refresh your memory over lunch today, correct?
Well, I can't say that because I got to pull the pictures. I have to do the checking for Amber. And then you want to know how much the contractors have been paid over 5 years. So I'm not sure
Yes.
how long lunch is, but I've got a pretty good, nice list going here.
Okay. At the end of our last hearing in front of Judge Bell, there was a sanction, a conditional sanction that was entered against you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he found that there was evidence showing deposits of withdrawals of $90,000 plus, correct?
Again, I don't know what the dollar amounts are, but I know that you have them.
Mhm. Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of its own file, particularly the docket sheet entry for March 28th, 2019.
The objection to me taking judicial notice of the court's docket entry, Ms. Lewis.
No.
The court will take judicial notice of the court's file and the docket entry specifically referenced.
Now, ma'am, up until 2019, was Center Stage Gallery operating at a loss?
Yes.
How much were the losses approximately?
I got to pull my tax returns. I don't know at the top of my head.
Were they more than $50,000 a year?
I would have to pull my tax returns. I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you have any memory of the financials for your company right now?
Yes.
Okay. Has Center Stage Gallery ever made a profit?
Yes.
When did it profit?
The year before coronavirus, 2019.
2019. And what kind of a profit did it make?
Top line, I was right at almost 170,000. Again, because of the leases that I had at that time and some prior debt, the expenses were escalated, but starting with 2020, I was already in the black all the way through the first quarter. And then after that, I've just been decimated.
Mm-hmm. So was that $170,000 that you made at that point? Was that after you had paid your employees and your expenses or before?
No, that's top line.
Top line, okay. Now you have bank statements for some of that, don't you?
Yes.
And did you ever provide that to Mr. Isom?
No.
Did you ever intend to?
No.
All right, should I keep going or would you like to?
Now, if
break?
you're about to transition to a new topic, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Are you about to
Understood.
transition?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30. Ms. Lewis, I know you've got a couple things to review, so please review those. Try to refresh your memory on those because it'll make the case go a little quicker this afternoon. The court's
Thank
going
you.
to stand in recess until 1:30. We're going off the record.
Byron, you're going to want to remember to mute your microphone.
Okay, okay, hold on. Scott. Scott.
All right, if we can get everybody's videos up and running.
Mr. Isom, are you able to turn on your video?
We're having trouble getting your audio, Mr. Isom.
I think he may have somebody there who can help him.
This is dial in.
Okay.
Just hit that button to send the video. Where it says start video?
Yeah. Hello?
All right, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second. I was just notified I may be getting an adoption at 1:30, which wouldn't take more than probably 5 minutes. But let me verify whether or not I'm getting that, because I don't want to start the record and then have to get off. So give me 1 second. We'll get started here in 1 minute.
Okay.
All right, I'm in the middle of a trial, but it's my understanding I have a 1:30 adoption. Is that something we have set at 1:30?
Yes,
Yes.
Judge.
All right, and do we need a record for it?
We do, because it's going to be a default.
Okay. What's the last name on the case?
Garcia? You need the cause number, Judge?
I've got it.
Okay.
Any idea why y'all were set at 1:30?
Yes, Judge. I had a funeral in Memphis yesterday, and I was traveling back this morning early, and it was on the docket for this morning, and I got permission from the court to move it to 1:30.
Okay, I got you.
Appreciate that.
Glad we could get you in. I'm ready to go. Let me just get the returns pulled up. The court's on the record in cause number 19 DCV 268286. Counsel, if you would please each identify yourselves and the party that you represent for the record.
James Kincaid, I'm here for the petitioners, Miss Pauline Martinez and Pedro Martinez.
Corinna Steele, I'm the amicus appointed to the child, subject of the adoption.
All right, and the court's going to take judicial notice that Mr. Garcia, Gabriel Garcia, one of the respondents, was served with an original petition for termination and adoption of a child, along with the citation. Mr. Garcia was served on November the 11th, 2019. And there's been no responsive pleading by Mr. Garcia in the court's file. Additionally, the respondent Brittany Heron was served with citation and the original petition for termination and adoption of a child. And she was served on March 28th of 2020. And there's been no responsive pleading in the court's file from the respondent, Ms. Heron. Is Brittany Heron in the courtroom? Brittany Heron. There's no answer in the court from Ms. Heron. Is Gabriel Garcia in the courtroom? Gabriel Garcia. There's no answer in the courtroom. Deputy, if you'd please call those two names in the hallway. And while the deputy's doing that, the court's going to also take judicial notice that there is a non-military affidavit for Mr. Garcia and a non-military affidavit for Ms. Heron, as well as a certificate of last known mailing address on both respondents that have been filed by the petitioners. There was no response to either respondent's name being called in the courtroom or in the hallway. Finally, the court's going to take judicial notice that there's a statement of evidence that's been filed with the court. And with that, Mr. and Ms. Martinez, if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Is that a yes? Okay, great. Mr. Kincaid, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge. Before we get started, I do need to ask the court for a trial amendment on the child's name. In the petition, I had Lala Faith Rangel Martinez, but the petitioners actually want that to be Lala Jolene Martinez, if the court would allow that.
All right. Any objection to that, Ms. Steele?
No, Judge.
All right, the court will allow the trial amendment for the child's name change.
Thank you, Judge. I believe the court's taken judicial notice, I believe, of the service on the parents in the case. All right.
I have.
Then I would like to call Ms. Pauline Martinez.
You may proceed.
Ms. Martinez, please state your name for the court.
Pauline Martinez.
And you are one of the petitioners, along with your husband in this case, asking the court to grant an adoption for you and he, a termination of parental rights and an adoption for you and your husband to adopt Journey Renee Garcia. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And how long has Journey lived in your home?
She's 2.5 weeks old.
And how old is she now?
She's 13.
So over 13 years she's resided with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you previously had gotten conservatorship of this child through an order of this court. And during that time, the parents were paying child support to you or ordered to pay. Have either of the parents been timely and consistent in paying support to you?
Gabriel, they take it out of his check. Brittany, no.
Okay.
Ms. Martinez, if you'll do me a favor and keep your voice up because we're on the record, which means everything you say is being taken down by a machine. And it's real important that I get your testimony on the machine. So if you can keep your voice up for me, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, did you hear the last answer or should I ask it again? Okay, perfect. And when was the last time Mr. Garcia saw Journey?
About 5 years ago.
And when was the last time Ms. Heron saw the child?
2015.
And they both have possession and access set out in the order that's before the court with regards to you and your husband conservatorship of the child, correct?
Yes.
But neither of them have exercised that possession?
No.
You and your husband have been carrying the child on health insurance, is that correct?
Yes. Since she was a month old.
All right. And have either Mr. Garcia or Ms. Heron reached out to you at any time about visiting with this child?
No.
have they reached out to you at any time and said that they have any desire for this child to come back and live with either of them?
No.
In your opinion, have they constructively abandoned this child?
Yes.
And you and your husband have been providing all of the needs and care for the child necessary for school and otherwise. Is that correct?
Yes.
You believe it would be in the best interest of the child for the court to terminate the parental rights between Brittany Heron and the child.
Yes.
You also believe that it would be in the best interest of the child to terminate the parental rights between Mr. Garcia, Gabriel Garcia, and the child.
Yes.
And if the court does terminate those parental rights, you and your husband are asking that you proceed on to an adoption immediately following.
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right. And Judge, I'll pass Ms. Martinez.
Ms. Steele, your witness.
I don't have any questions on termination, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Kincaid, you may call your.
I'll call Mr. Martinez. Do a little shuffle here. Mr. Martinez, you've heard the questions that I've asked your wife previously, correct?
Yes.
And are you also in agreement in the best interest of the child for the parental rights of Ms. Heron to be terminated in this case?
Yes, sir.
And are you also believe that it's in the best interest of the child that Mr. Gabriel Garcia's parental rights be terminated?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Martinez, do you have any reason to believe that this child has any Indian heritage? Do you know if either of the parents have any Indian heritage?
I think so. I think they got a little bit. I'm not for certain. I don't know.
You know or you don't know?
No.
Okay. And I'll pass this witness, Judge.
Ms. Steele, any questions of this witness?
No, Judge.
All right. Mr. Kincaid, you may call your next witness.
That's all I have on the termination, Your Honor.
All right, the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that Brittany Heron has voluntarily left the child alone or in possession of another, not the parent, and expressed an intent not to return. Court further finds by clear and convincing evidence that Brittany Heron voluntarily left the child alone or in the possession of another, not the parent, without expressing an intent to return, without providing for adequate support of the child, and remained away for a period of at least 3 months. The court also finds by clear and convincing evidence that termination of the parent-child relationship between Brittany Heron and the child the subject of the suit would be in the best interest of the child, and the court is hereby terminating that parent-child relationship. In addition, the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that Gabriel Garcia has voluntarily left the child alone or in the possession of another, not the parent, and expressed an intent not to return. The court finds by clear and convincing evidence that Gabriel Garcia has voluntarily left the child alone or in the possession of another without providing adequate support of the child and remained away for a period of at least 6 months. The court finds by clear and convincing evidence that Gabriel Garcia has failed to support the child in accordance with his ability during a period of 1 year ending within 6 months of the date of the filing of the petition. Court finds that by clear and convincing evidence that the parent-child relationship between Gabriel Garcia and the child the subject of this suit should be terminated, and that would be in the best interest of the child to terminate, and that relationship is hereby terminated. Do Mr. and Ms. Martinez want the child present for the adoption, or is she in school? Or
Yes, Judge. We'll call her in now.
okay, go ahead and bring her in. Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Kincaid, we're going to proceed with the adoption portion of the hearing. And Mr. Kincaid, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the adoption evaluation that was done by Cindy Chilcote and is on file with this court, including the criminal history reports that are attached thereto. With that, I'd call Ms. Pauline Martinez.
And the court will take judicial notice of that adoption evaluation. You may proceed with Ms. Martinez.
Ms. Martinez, you're here today to ask the court to finalize an adoption for this young lady standing behind you, correct?
Yes, yes, I am.
And you believe that adopting her by you and your husband is in her best interest, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you and Mr. Martinez have had her in your house under your full care for 13 plus years, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you all have had her covered under health insurance, so you're fully aware of all of her needs, health-wise, et cetera.
Yes, I do.
And with regards to the name for this child, if this court was to grant the adoption, you'd like her name changed from Journey Renee Garcia to Lala Jolene Martinez. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, I do.
And you believe that to be in her best interest. Is that true?
Yes, I do.
And you've gone through the necessary home study with regards to the adoption evaluation with Cindy Choco, correct?
Yes, I have.
And she's been fully paid for her services.
Yes.
And Miss Corinna Steele and you have discussed this case with regards to this termination and adoption, and she's been paid for her services? All right. And you're asking this court to grant this adoption today.
Yes, I do. Please.
Pass this witness, Judge.
Ms. Steele, your witness.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Ms. Martinez, you understand that by adopting this child, it will be just the same as if you had her in the hospital and brought her home when she was born.
Yes, ma'am. She's been mine since day one.
Right. And this is a day you've looked forward to for a long time. Is that correct?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I realize that you and your husband are both pretty emotional right now. I assume that means that you're very excited about the prospect of having this finally be a reality in your lives and not just what you feel in your hearts.
For a long time. And we're just so excited, happy. We're everything all in one.
Great. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Kincaid, anything further from this witness?
Nothing from this witness, Judge. I would just call Mr. Martinez briefly.
You may proceed.
Mr. Martinez, you've heard all the questions that I asked your wife about this adoption, correct?
Yes.
You believe it's also in the best interest of this child for her to be adopted by you and your wife?
Yes, sir.
And you also agree with her name being changed to Lala Jolene Martinez?
Yes.
You understand, as Ms. Steele kind of pointed out, that if something ever happens in the future between you and your wife, either or both of you could be ordered to pay child support for this child, just like if she was born to you.
No problem. Yes, sir.
And you want the court to go ahead and proceed and grant this adoption today.
Yes, sir.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Ms. Steele?
Mr. Martinez, has anything changed since we spoke together with you and your wife and with Lala?
None change.
Okay. And it seems like you're just as excited as your wife is to get this put to bed and to have it a reality. Is that correct?
Overwhelmed with everything going. I'm surprised.
Great. That's all I have, Judge. I'll pass.
All right, Mr. Kincaid, any further questions of this witness?
None of this witness, Judge.
All right,
I
you may
would just call Journey Renee Garcia.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You understand why you're here today, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear her, Judge?
I can.
Okay. And you understand that this is the day that you guys have been talking about and discussing for years and years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready for this to happen and have the judge grant this adoption today?
Yes, sir.
That's going to make you happy? And you also want your name to be changed to Lala Jolene Martinez?
She picked it.
All right. Any other questions you have before we turn this over to Ms. Steele and the judge to make a final decision today? I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Steele?
Okay, so the date's finally here. You understand that once the judge signs this order, it's just as if the Martinez's brought you home from the hospital and you were born to them naturally. And that's what you want. These are your parents as far as you're concerned. Is that right? Okay. I didn't hear anything on that, Judge, but I read her mouth.
Well, and I was more concerned about the record for the termination, but I saw that she shook her head yes and on both those questions. All right, Mr.
Okay.
Kincaid, any additional questions of this witness?
No, Judge. And we rest.
Thank you. I can tell you, Mr. and Ms. Martinez, that these adoptions are always special for me to get to do. And I did review the adoption evaluation of Ms. Chilcote a day or two ago, and I recall some of the facts within that adoption evaluation. And it looks like this is a long process that's finally getting to come to an end today. And it's
Yes.
really, really special for me to get to conclude this for you. And it's truly a blessing for me as a judge to get to do it. And I have found that your lawyer and Ms. Steele have done everything that they need to do. All the paperwork was done just right. All the prerequisites for the adoption have been met, and the court is granting the adoption. I'm also granting your request for your name to be changed. So your name is now officially Lala Jolene Martinez, and I'm signing the decree of adoption, and the name change is included in that. You can get copies of these orders from the district clerk's office, and I wish you all the best.
Hey, Judge, I got two questions for you. One, I just filed just a little bit ago an order for certified copies. I don't know if that's come through yet.
My clerk is shaking his head saying it did just come through. So I'll sign that in 2 seconds. I signed the statement of evidence. I reviewed that and approved it, and I've signed that.
All right. And then my last question, Judge, is with regards to the certificate of adoption. Do we just need to take that directly to the district clerk with a check and file it that way? I haven't done one since we've been on Zoom for these adoptions. So
Ryan, do you know, can they just take the certificate of adoption to the district clerk's office? Yeah, he said that's the best way to do it, Mr. Kincaid.
okay, I think they're headed over there to get certified copies. I'll just send it with them and they can file it at that time.
Sounds good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Judge. Appreciate your time.
We're going off the record. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Judge. You too.
Okay, the court's back on the record in cause number 16 DCV 232549, the Lewis and Isom matter. When we left off, the petitioner had rested her case in chief. We were on the respondent's case in chief, and we were on the direct examination of an adverse witness by Mr. Chapman of Miss Lewis. We're going to pick up where we left off. Mr. Chapman, you may proceed when you're ready.
Ms. Lewis, did you have the opportunity to review any documents over lunch?
Review documents or pull everything that you asked?
Did you pull everything that I asked?
No, that's going to take a little bit of time.
Were you able to access any of the things that I asked for?
Yes, I was able to get into the pictures of Byron and the women, and I'm still in the process of getting the financial documents using online services.
Okay. I believe one of the questions I asked you was how much you withdrew from the profit sharing plan, and you couldn't recall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, would it refresh your memory if I just showed you the profit sharing plan statement?
Yes, I don't disagree with them. I know that you had them from the last time.
Okay. Your Honor, could I share my screen?
You may.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been bait stamped deposition -0193. And let's hang on. I'm going to scroll up for just a second.
Okay.
This is the statement. Let's see. for the period of January 1st, 2017 to March 31st, 2017. And this Bates stamped page is page 2 of that statement. Do you see the total there with the beginning balance?
Yes.
So your profit sharing plan had $368,097.11 as of March 31st, 2017. Is that correct?
No,
How is that incorrect?
I think what you're reading is beginning balance of those individual accounts within that 368,097.11.
Okay, so you're saying that there's 3 different categories of funds within this account.
I don't know how many categories are in that account, but I know reading the column that you're reading, beginning balance, it's listing the balances for those listed accounts, being target retirement funds, index, and active funds for their balance, not my balance.
Okay. Do you agree that the aggregate of that balance is $368,000? I'm sorry, 368,097 and 11 cents. Do you agree that that is the aggregate balance of those funds?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you take out a loan on your profit sharing plan?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you recall what the balance was?
No.
Does anything on this page that's been Bates stamped deposition 0194 refresh your memory?
Yes, because there are the dates listed.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you had at least at one point a principal balance of $34,012.61 encumbering that profit sharing plan?
The column in the box that you just read, it says, what is my loan information? So yes, according to that, it looks like I had 3 loans totaling $34,012.61.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been Bates stamped deposition -0198. And this has been dated balance as of December 31st, 2017. It shows a 0 balance, isn't that right?
Correct.
So it went from $369,000 and something dollars to 0.
Well, no, you're comparing 2 different things. The 369 is the balance of those accounts, not Stacy's account. If you look at the bottom of that first page, I believe my personal account showed $11,288.15, where you see the deposits column.
So you made $11,000 in deposits between January 1st, 2017 and March 31st, 2017 is what you're saying, correct?
No, what I'm saying is that report is showing that amount was paid out of the first column.
Mm-hmm. Ma'am, do you see that box with the heading, how is my account being funded?
Yes.
And you see that line item that says employee before tax, and it's got a beginning balance?
Yes.
Okay. That reflects the money that came out of your paycheck and went in there, correct?
That I don't know. I would have to research that.
Mhm. Well, do you know what the Walgreens company discretionary line means?
Yes,
What does that mean?
that's Walgreens discretionary funds for that column.
Okay. So they gave you $206,000 more or less during this period, correct?
No, it's not during a period. That's during the life cycle of my employment, which was 24 years.
So there was at least $206,000 from them as of the date of this statement, correct?
I would believe so, but again, without looking into it specifically, I don't know. Because that's what we discussed before. The way that this report reads in actuality is different.
Well, how do you explain the difference? How do you explain the zeroing out of the account? What happened in order for that ending statement I showed you to reflect a balance of $0.00?
Well, if we could go back to that, I think
Sure.
it gives an itemized how you got to zero. So it says payroll contributions, 9.1187, lost value of $2.94. So it started, balance as of March 31 was 908.93. Minus that, I guess, is how they got to zero, because 908.93 and $2.94 is zero.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that you withdrew funds from this profit sharing account?
Sure.
Do you know how much you withdrew now that you've had the opportunity to look at some of the statements?
No, I don't off the top of my head. No,
You don't even have a guesstimate.
I do not. But it's not $368,000. I can tell you that.
But you can't explain how the balance, at least the balance that I'm reading to you, changed.
Yeah, if you look at it and it says, how is my account invested? And that's over the period of the entire time that I worked for Walgreens. So those numbers, the beginning balances, are what those accounts are at that time. I'm assuming the deposits is what was deposited to me from the investments that I had in those accounts.
Okay. Do you recall my line of questioning about the last hearing that we had?
Do I recall? Say that again.
Do you recall the questions I asked you about the last hearing we had?
And whether or not I remember that hearing with Judge Bell?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had time to reflect on that, Amy?
I don't remember. I remember I had to take the statements, my bank statements, to you by a certain time, and I personally delivered them over to you at your office.
Mm-hmm. Do you recall Judge Bell's findings that there was at least $90,000 worth of withdrawals?
Not off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I do remember I had to take you the bank statements.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Judge Bell would have been wrong if he found that?
If the judge found that, no, I do not.
All right, so he was correct in saying there was at least $90,000 worth of withdrawals.
Would that be correct if the judge said it?
Yes.
I assume yes.
Okay. Are you presently employed?
No.
Do you have any professional licenses of any sort?
Yes.
What professional licenses do you have?
A real estate license
Real estate. As a salesperson or as a broker?
as an agent.
As an agent. And are you under contract with a broker at this time?
Yes.
And are you actively engaged in the sale of real estate?
I'm trying. Yes.
Are you running any businesses in any way, shape, or form at this point in time?
Yes.
What businesses are you running?
I'm trying to run an online store, and it's called The Arts and Us.
And is that a sole proprietorship?
Yes.
Your Honor, I apologize. It sounds like there's some construction in my building. I don't know if it's interfering.
It's not bothering me. I can hear the testimony. Thank you, though.
Okay. All right. So has that business Arts?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was making a docket entry and I didn't hear the name of the online business, Ms. Lewis. If you can repeat the name of the business for me.
The Arts and Us.
UP up.
Arts, ARTS, and AND, us, US.
Got it. Thank you.
Has that business been capitalized in any way?
Not yet.
Okay. Are you still running the business 25/8 Management Group LLC?
Yes, that's the parent name of the company.
Okay. And you represented to the bankruptcy court. Well, strike that. Let me move back. You filed bankruptcy during this divorce, right?
No.
Did any organization that you have an interest in file bankruptcy during this divorce?
Any organization that I have interest in?
Yes.
I have no idea.
During the pendency of this divorce, did you file an official Form 101 voluntary petition for individuals filing bankruptcy in the Southern District of Texas?
I don't know what the form is called, but yes, I sought the advice of a bankruptcy attorney to see what my options were.
And you signed a form in federal court, right?
I don't think we went to court.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit R1. Let's see. Are you able to see the exhibit as I've shared it with you?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that your name is on page 1, Stacy F. Lewis Isom?
Yes.
And you've also got your other name that you've gone by, Stacy Gray, right?
Correct.
And that's the last 4 digits of your social on that form, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a official Form 101 voluntary petition for individuals filing bankruptcy, right?
Correct.
And it's labeled as Chapter 7.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can find a signature here. And you see that signature on page 7. Is that your signature?
It looks like a typed name, but yes, that's my name.
Did you type that name?
I don't think I did. Like I said, I met with the bankruptcy attorney, Jane McLaughlin, maybe, because I was considering what my options were.
Mm-hmm. And did you authorize her to execute any documents on your behalf?
I'm sure I I supplied whatever she needed.
Did you authorize her to sign any documents on your behalf?
Probably not. I'm able to sign my own documents.
Are you alleging that this is a forgery?
No, you aren't.
Okay.
I said, yes, I met with Jane. We met a couple times to see what my options were for bankruptcy. But at the time, whatever happened, it wasn't able to go through because I don't know if I wasn't, I don't know, in debt enough, or I don't know, but it never proceeded.
Ma'am, isn't it true that there were 2 different bankruptcy proceedings filed on your behalf?
Correct.
Okay. But they're both closed now, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know if it's called closed, but they didn't proceed. The first time you see there the date, and then I wasn't able to do it. And then a couple years later, I still had not pulled myself out of the hole. So then I went to see Jane again.
Okay.
And then different things worked out. So I did not have to file bankruptcy.
Okay. But nevertheless, did you list the value of 25/8 management group in this petition?
I have no idea. If it was required, I'm sure I did.
Okay, would it refresh your memory if I showed you the page on which you listed it?
Sure.
Okay, let's see. I think I can make this a bit easier. Okay. So do you see here on page 12 of 78?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able to see that value, $10,000?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the value you authorized to go on this form?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that the LLC we're talking about, 25/8 Management Group LLC, is worth about $10,000?
Not current day, no.
Is it worth less than that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you weren't able to go forward. So none of the debts you listed in here were discharged, were they?
That I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. Do you owe any debts to Argonne Agency?
Probably not. That's for Byron, because Byron writes bad checks at casinos, and that says Las Vegas. So I'm sure that's Byron.
Why would you list it on your bankruptcy petition?
I didn't list any of that stuff. I'm sure that's probably automated.
Why would your attorney list it on your bankruptcy petition if you're alleging it's Byron's debt?
You would have to ask her. I don't know how that information is populated.
Do you owe any debts to ADT Security Services?
No, but ADT was the alarm for the house.
Okay. What about Akron Billing Center?
I have no idea who that is.
Do you owe anything to Amex?
No.
Okay. Do you owe anything to ARS Account Resolution?
I have no idea who that is, other than it's Florida. So I know that there was a timeshare that we had early on, but they were since paid off.
Okay. I'm going to skip over the home loans here. We might get back to that. What about Capital One? Do you owe Capital One any money?
No.
Do you owe Check System any money?
That's Byron. And we'll come back to that because of the bad checks that he's written at casinos.
So again, you're alleging that a debt on your bankruptcy petition is Byron's.
No, you asked me who that is. I don't have any check writing issues, but Byron has a history of them. So, and I'm sure you're aware that sometimes with credit reports, you may look at a credit report and it has your, your sister, your mom, all types of people on your credit report. I just know I don't have any issues with checks.
Do you owe any money to Citi?
No.
What about Citi cards?
Nope.
What about Cons Credit Corporation?
Nope.
What about Credit One Bank?
I had a small balance with them and they have since been paid.
Okay. What about Diversified Consultants Incorporated?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. What about DJO Global?
I don't know who that is either.
What about Enhanced Recovery Company L?
Don't know that either.
Do you owe Equifax any money?
No.
What about Experian?
No.
What about Fort Bend County?
Yes.
How much do you owe Fort Bend County?
I have no idea.
What about Fort Bend ISD? Do you owe them money?
I have never done any business with Fort Bend ISD. That could be Byron, since he said he worked for them, or perhaps how they do taxes here. But no, I don't have any business with them.
Okay. What about Fort Bend LID number 2?
Could that be home? Something to do with the house? One of the.
Is it familiar to you?
taxes? I know, not necessarily.
Okay. What about Houston Methodist? Do you owe them any money?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that, not sure if Byron had a surgery there or something.
Okay. What about ILL Student AS? I'm assuming that's Illinois Student something. Do you owe?
Yes, I'm still paying my student loans.
How much in student loans are you paying?
I don't know. I think it could be 6,000 or 7,000.
What about your bankruptcy attorney, Miss Jane McLaughlin?
No, I don't owe Jane any money.
Okay. What about McCarthy and Holthus?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. What about Memorial Hermann Patient Business Services?
I have no idea who that is.
What about Metro Group?
No idea who that is.
What about One Main?
No idea who that is.
What about Patelco Credit Union?
Yes, that's where I pay my car note.
Do you, okay. How much is left on the car note?
Maybe 5,000.
Okay. What about Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott?
I think that's the, maybe they have something to do with the home, because I've seen that name before.
What about the law office of Richard Clark PLLC? Do you owe them any
I have
money?
no idea who that is.
Okay. What about Sienna Plantation LID?
Yes, I'm sure that's the home.
Okay. Is that also the case with Sienna Plantation MUD number 3?
That would be my assumption.
And is that the same with Sienna Plantation Residential Association?
That would also be my assumption.
Do you owe any money to Singleton Associates PA?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. What about TransUnion?
No, I wouldn't owe TransUnion.
Do you owe UT Physicians anything?
I could. That was once upon a time where my primary care physician was.
Do you owe Verizon any money?
No,
Do you owe Westgate Resorts any money?
no, that's a timeshare that was in Florida.
What about Wells Fargo? Do you owe them any money?
Not that I'm aware of.
Would you agree with me that this is your petition and not Byron's petition?
Correct.
Okay. So shouldn't it be the case that only your debts are listed on here?
That I think that should be the case, but I don't know if that was a credit pool, but I do know that a credit report can contain information that's not yours, as well as erroneous information. I know that specifically. So I don't know what was pulled. I don't know how that report was generated. I don't know if it was address based, name based. So I can't speak to that.
Would you agree with me that this was made under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
And would you agree with me that your attorney has vouched for it with her signature?
I'm sure she did.
Okay, at this point, we would offer what's been marked as R1 into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Lewis, to R1?
No.
R1 is admitted.
Let's see. Now, ma'am, during the pendency, well, strike that. Have you ever been sued outside of this divorce?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Have you ever been sued by a company called CACH LLC?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Ma'am, I'd like to show you page 39 of your bankruptcy petition. Let's see. Are you able to see page 39 of your bankruptcy petition?
Yes.
Now, do you see the line that says attorney for CACH LLC / HSBC?
Yes.
And that's listed under Richard Clark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Let's see. Have you ever lived at a place called Madison on the Meadow?
No.
Have you ever been sued by Fort Bend County Levy Improvement District Number 2?
I have no idea.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to show you what's been marked R2. And I'm showing you page number 10 of R2. Do you recognize the lawsuit that's described on this page?
No.
Would you agree with me that, of course, your name is Stacy Francesca Lewis Eisen,
Yes.
and you operate a business known as Center Stage Gallery, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, is there any other business in the area called Center Stage Gallery?
I don't know that.
You don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Well, do you know, have you ever met anybody in your area that has the same exact name that you have?
No.
Okay. Would you agree with me that if you're being sued, you should be the one responsible for it and not Byron? Excuse me, Mr. Eisen.
If I'm being sued or Center Stage Gallery is being sued?
Either or.
Well, I guess that would depend on Byron. Earlier, he stated that he was part of Center Stage Gallery. So I think it has to be decided, is it all, some, or none?
Ma'am, were you responsible for paying the commercial lease for Center Stage Gallery?
Yes.
Okay, so if the lease wasn't paid, it would have been your responsibility.
Correct.
And if it turns out that there's a tax lawsuit by Fort Bend County Levy Improvement District Number 2 and or Fort Bend Independent School District for the non-payment of taxes on some kind of commercial property that's for Center Stage Gallery, the failure to pay that tax would have been on your watch, so to speak. Isn't that true?
That's true, but what I'm looking at there is not on the lease. What that looks like, again, I haven't seen it. In the end of 2019, there was a tax bill that was paid. So if that's what that's in reference to, that bill has been settled.
So you're saying that if there's a live lawsuit for the non-payment of taxes, it has no merit because they've been paid?
No, I'm saying that in front of me that I'm looking at, if Fort Bend County levy improvement is the taxes that were due, that tax bill has been settled.
Okay.
Again, this is my first time reading it, and I'm reading it on my screen.
Okay.
So I don't know what it says in its entirety.
Okay. Do you know anyone named Olivia Corner?
Yes.
Has she ever sued you?
No, I sued Olivia.
Oh, you sued her. Has she paid the judgment?
No, she's in process of paying it now.
Has she paid any part of it at all?
Yes.
How much has she paid?
50 here, 60 there. Then she moved to LA to become a model, had some downtime, Corona hit. But she has given me a verbal agreement that she will pay what she owes me.
Okay. So you would agree with me that the judgment you have against her is property that's in dispute?
No, it's not property. I loaned her some cash. She's one of my artists and she was supposed to work it off. And then she bailed on me. So I held her accountable for the money that I loaned her.
When did you loan her this money?
Looks like, what year is that? Judgment was December 11th, 2018. So probably the year before that or during that year.
Have you made, I'm assuming that the judgment amount was for the amount of the loan, correct?
Yes.
Have you made any other loans during the pendency of this divorce?
Have I made any other loans?
Yes. Have you loaned anybody other than Olivia money during this divorce?
Well, no, I didn't loan Olivia money. We had a work agreement.
Ah, okay.
So instead of me paying her, she was supposed to work it off.
Do you have any similar agreements with other people other than Olivia?
Yes.
With whom do you have those agreements?
Well, a lot of the artists, sometimes they'll produce the work and then they'll produce the work without me paying them. And then once we either use that work in a class or if we sell like one of our paint kits to go, when those monies come in, then they'll get paid for that instead of me paying it and buying them for their work on the front end.
How much of your money is tied up in these types of agreements?
I'm not sure if there's a dollar figure that you could put to that because it's kind of random. So say today is October 5th and we have Halloween coming up. So I'll text the different artists that create the paint and sip work for us. Some will respond, some won't. Then we'll post it on social media. We'll see how many people buy it. We'll see what different size. They can get an 8x10, 11x14, 20, 16x20. And then depending on those pictures that we sell, then they'll get paid out of the proceeds.
Okay. Do you know anybody named Samaria Scarlett?
Yes.
Okay. Has she ever sued you?
I'm not sure what happened, but I received a phone call from one of those judge shows, I think Judge Mathis, and they said that they had a case and gave me an option to come and do it live on television. So I assume that there was something because they gave me her name.
Have you ever received a citation from Justice of the Peace Precinct 4 of Fort Bend County for a lawsuit with Miss Scarlett?
No.
Okay. And if a process server swore that you did, they would be lying.
Probably yes.
Have you ever lived at a place, or have you ever sued Villas of Elysian at Sienna Plantation?
Yes.
Why did you sue them?
Because they violated my rights.
How so?
By not following the law.
What law didn't they follow?
There are a couple of different ones listed.
Well, what are they?
I'm not going to get into that now because that case is still pending.
Your Honor, I ask for an order that she be directed to answer my question.
Sustained. Ms. Lewis, this is a lawsuit that's pending during that you're making a claim someone owes you money, and it's during, you're still married, even though you're separated, which means this is still a contingent community asset of the estate. So he's entitled to ask you a little, some questions about what your claims are and what you think they're worth. So you need to answer those questions.
It was retaliation.
Why did they retaliate against you?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
But you filed the lawsuit, correct?
Yes.
And you have no inkling whatsoever why they may have retaliated against you.
No, I don't. I can't answer why they retaliated against me.
Well, what was the basis for the retaliation?
Because I reported something that was incorrect with the building. And then she proceeded to harass me as well as increase my rent.
What was the incorrect item that was reported?
It was a repair that was needed.
You said your rent was increased?
Yes.
From what to what?
It increased to $350 by $350.
Okay. Okay, at this point, we'd offer R2 into evidence.
This, Lewis, any objections to R2?
No.
R2 is admitted.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember testifying about duties during the last hearing in front of Judge Bell?
Not specifically. What do you mean duty?
Well, what's your understanding of the fiduciary duty you owe Mr. Isom?
Oh, I told you yesterday, I don't feel that I owe Mr. Isom anything.
Okay. And would you say in general, you've run your business ventures with that mindset?
Would I say that I don't owe Byron anything? I didn't understand that.
Have you run your businesses in a way that protects Mr. Isom?
I don't define protects Mr. Isom in running my business. I'm not clear.
How in general would you describe your business operations? How have you run your businesses?
A bunch of different ways. Are you meaning the technical side, the physical side, the outreach, what are you asking?
Let me ask you this. Do you think that Mr. Isom has benefited in any way from the way that you've run your businesses?
Yes.
How so?
Because prior to us getting separated in 2016, he received all financial rewards, whatever was attributed to it. He benefited from those up through the time that he left the apartment. Left the house.
Is it your testimony that you gave him all of the profits of all businesses before he left the home?
No, there were expenses. I couldn't give him all the profits.
Well, when you say all benefits, what do you mean?
Any financial rewards that came into the home by way of the business.
How much were they worth?
Who knows, but if the mortgage was 2,200, the electric bill probably was about 400 or 500. Groceries, we traveled, we ate out. Byron has an extensive gambling habit. He just kind of lived his life and never really had any financial worries.
Have you brought any documentary evidence of an extensive gambling habit?
Yes, I can put my hands on them, just those. That's how I recognize some of those check writing places from, checks that he's written. And when I get to speak with him later, I'm sure he will divulge that since he's under oath.
Are there any pending liabilities or possible claims that could be made against you or your business?
Yes, right now I'm in arrears due to COVID-19 on my lease.
Okay. Are there any clients or customers that have colorable claims?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Now, when you ran Center Stage Gallery, did you operate a Yelp page?
No, I didn't operate a Yelp page. I
Did
think
you-
that's just part of the whole social media stuff.
Did you claim it?
Sure.
Okay. So were you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. And okay. And did you ever do business with an individual named Keisha?
I have no idea. I've had tons of clients.
Have you ever accepted money for a booking and then not honored your end of the agreement?
No.
So if a person named Keisha R said that she paid and then was not allowed to have her event, she would be lying.
Yeah.
Okay. Was the business always presentable for events?
Yes.
Was the AC ever not working?
Yes.
Okay. So that was an issue.
Yes.
Was it ever necessary for your clients or customers to rearrange furniture or take out trash for you?
No, not for me. That's part of their agreement to do business. They can rearrange the furniture depending on their event, but they are to clean their trash and remove their trash at the end of their events.
So out of the 22 people that have reviewed your Yelp page, why is it that your customers only give you 2 stars?
I can't speak to that. You will have to ask them.
Okay. All right, we talked about different businesses so far. Have you ever engaged in any other businesses during your marriage or any other ventures that you haven't disclosed to the court?
Any other business ventures?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever filed a certificate of assumed name with the business name Black Women Do?
I could have. That sounds like a website that I was probably thinking of.
Okay. And is that something that you have ever run?
No.
Okay. Have you ever run a business called the Arch Gallery?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an extension of Center Stage Gallery?
Yes.
Okay, so that was one of the locations you testified to.
Correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, before we broke for lunch, I recall asking you some questions about your compensation from Walgreens. And how much did you say you made? What was the most amount of money you made in a year from Walgreens?
You asked me about the bonus. Did you ask me the highest bonus amount?
Now, well, what's the most amount of money from Walgreens that you received in any given year during your marriage?
Are you talking how much I made a year?
Yes.
My salary was, I think, 120, maybe 123.
Okay. And with the bonus, what's the most you ever got in a year?
Well, bonuses would fluctuate. They were all over the place. It would depend on what kind of year and what type of structure it was for that year.
Well, don't you remember your best year?
My best year that I had when I got the $111,000 bonus, I believe I was in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm. So if you were paid a base salary of about $120,000 and you received a bonus, your best bonus was $111,000, then your income for that year should have been about $231,000, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked Exhibit R6. Let's see. Give me just one moment. Okay. Are you able to see Exhibit R6?
Hold on.